he knows that he's gonna. He just doesn't know when.
Got it. Well, how did we say? Oh, this is not the final version of the motion. In the board meeting, we amended it. I don't know where it is, but it basically said that there has to be something on the agenda that is a quick, briefing on
Yeah,
what
I
the
put that
rules
as
of
a default.
standard is. Okay, and it was be it resolved that during that period, the speaker explicitly inform the assembly that this would be the appropriate time to amend or create or motion to create standing rules. So it's kind of like
Here's Ben. So.
Okay, wait. I'm not going to show the motion itself. I'm
no,
just
no.
going to show the
Ben.
standing rules. That's it. Okay, we're good.
I don't
And
want
we'll
any
just get him on.
debate over whether or not it's
Yeah,
standing
okay.
rules. Ben, you are going to remind the assembly when you show the standing rules that that would be the
Can
time
you see
to
him in the room?
amend
No,
or
he's not
create.
here.
Okay. Just making sure she asked me what happened at the board meeting.
He wasn't there either.
Yeah, right.
So,
You were there and then left?
yeah, I had to leave early.
Got it. Okay.
Okay, the French version of the motion, where are they available? Online?
Yeah, in the Google Drive.
Google Drive that where you sent us?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to keep reading it now.
The people taking care of the tally of the vote, I need to go talk to them. What's your phone number again? Just so
Me?
no.
Me? 514.
Okay.
512.
512.
5124. Very easy.
Just the
Before you leave, this is my final agenda that will be shown. You'll be doing your Robert's rules in there. I'll have the standing rules version on the screen.
it's on the Google Drive now. Yeah.
Yes. So just remember to mention this is the time to change
Kareem's right at
standing
the back, Eileen. He's right there. The stage is very uneasy. Are you just gonna go talk to people tallying to tell them about what?
Yeah, you have to text me.
Yeah, cool. Can you also tell them to make sure that no one sees each other's ballot, and no one talks when they're doing it and no one leaves the room? Because a lot of people will let people leave the room. Because that's the one thing I think is a problem. Because the numbers won't add up.
Fuck, the internet is shit. Fuck it.
those are the ones that we use for McMahon, except we like have the headpiece that's attached to them.
So much better.
Yeah. This is what they use for Frosh.
Yeah, we should have those.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make that. The what? Said what by email?
The fucking internet's not working.
Just delete the first part. That's the part she needs.
Also, do you folks want to like have the tables side by side, or just I moved it forward because I thought it was just easy for people to see, but like that, it's.
So Google Drive, that person will see the changes I made.
Yes, so whoever's down there, they're gonna be controlling it. They'll you can
What's that?
yeah.
Do you know who is in charge?
I'm gonna get a staff to do it. I don't know who's gonna do it yet.
Okay. All right.
It's a bit worrisome because that's what is it?
I'm gonna double check because he wants me to do the timing too.
It's okay, I can take it the time.
Let me just make sure that everything on the drive is like.
Cool. We still have 20 minutes, so.
Good job.
Sucks so much right now.
Hello, hello, hello. Test, 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 test.
Not gonna call yet. Not gonna call it yet. Alright?
No.
Me.
Why are you telling people to text in their ballot packets? Literally the worst thing you could do.
Wait, how do you want to do it then?
How am I supposed to like every time you
Do you
like,
want me to go to every room?
No,
like
there's voting sheets that volunteers should have. They'll
that's
write
not
down
what
their
that's not
No,
what
no.
what people told me.
I have seen the sheets.
That's not information I've had. If that's the information, then like let me correct this. But the people told me, like Kareem told me, someone in each room is gonna text you, give you the information.
What we need, we're going in progress. We need joint custody on all ticket holders.
Okay.
So two
Correction.
volunteers for every batch of tickets, they're counted together.
Yeah.
And then publicly on the side, they'll write down how many yes, no's, and abstains there are, and then one of them will be a runner, and he'll take it up to you.
Okay, great. Then just tell them to give it to me and then I'm gonna get it.
Yeah, the thing is, now I have to find these voting sheets.
Yeah, I
Here are racist.
Look at the instructions given previously for voting. green light. Guys, ready?
Go get
Well, I'm waiting for the green light. Yeah.
Start a group chat.
We are? Mics are off.
Turn it on. Turn it on.
Mics are
Okay,
off.
turn it on, Ben.
It's on. So it's there.
It's not like taking minutes, but it's like
Okay.
Sorry.
So Chloe is wondering if you can make an announcement at the beginning, say that
Is
there's
there
a
no
chill
one else
space
up here?
Yeah,
it's on the floor.
There's so many chairs.
I prefer to be like in the middle like this. It's a lot easier.
Hello, hello.
Yo, Ben, it works.
Sorry? Okay, hello? Hello?
Yeah, you just need to.
Okay, perfect. Okay, let's get this started. Streaming on? Yeah? Okay. We're good? It is 3:15 and I'm going to call this meeting to order. Welcome to the 2016 Winter General Assembly of the Student Society of McGill University. Welcome. My name is Benjamin. I'm going to be the speaker tonight. Before we get started, I have a few items to discuss with everyone present at the assembly. First, our assembly are governed by Robert's Rules of Order. Robert's Rules of Order is a set of complex rules to establish parliamentary privilege and when you can speak and when we vote to make sure business are conducted in the best democratic way possible. You do not need to be very knowledgeable in Robert's Rules to partake in this discussion. As such, I will try to summarize some of the brief items you should know in order to speak at this assembly and to vote. We have an agenda that we are going to approve or not in the following minutes, and I'm going to follow this agenda, which is a set of motions that will be discussed. Once the motion is presented, it will be open to debate. If you want to speak on any given motion, you need to be in the ballroom. To be in the ballroom, you may ask a staff member around the room to come to the ballroom to speak on the motion. You have to wait in line at one of the mics to be recognized by the speaker to address the assembly. As such, when you speak on any given motion, always address the speaker and not any particular members of the assembly. As chair, the speaker represents the whole assembly and it maintains a level of decorum that makes discussion easier for everyone. Never be personal on any argument you may make and never assume any motives about any of the speaker. Courtesy will be strongly enforced at this meeting, and if any member of SSMU uses inflammatory language, I will simply stop them from speaking at this time. You may address the assembly in either French or English, since SSMU is officially a bilingual society. And your speaking time has been limited as per standing rules to 1 minute per speaker. As such, after 45 seconds, my colleague will raise her black book to let you know that you've attained the 45 seconds mark. And at 1 minute, I'm going to use the gavel to let you know that you've attained the 1 minute mark. Please refrain from extending beyond that limit. If you want to take a break from the terminal of this assembly, a chill room has been assembled at room 420 upstairs. It's not even a joke. You may thank the president for the choice of room. And some refreshments have been provided upstairs, and there's samosas at the back of the room if you are hungry. The way I'm gonna organize the discussion, every 5 speakers on any given motion, I will entertain any incidental motions, amendments, motion to call the questions, and so on. Clarifications through like an improper use of point of orders or point of information will not be allowed. Point of orders are specifically for parliamentary inquiry. I will not allow at all anyone trying to use point of order or point of information to try to correct what they perceive to be like factual errors from one of the speakers. As per the voting, you've been handed a placards, a yellow placards. Once the voting procedure is started, this will be the way you'll be allowed to vote, by raising it either in favor or against one of the questions. There will be staff members around to count those placards. Once the voting procedure is started, you may not leave the room and you have to remain silent. This can take some time since there's a lot of people in 3 different rooms, so please be patient. Finally, as I've alluded to, some of the rules that are governing this meeting are standing rules that were voted on by the council of the Legislative Council of SSMU. Those standing rules have added some precision on the rules of Robert's Rules to make this specific meeting easier for everyone. The first one, as I said, was the default speaking time is 1 minute maximum, and for reports is 5 minutes. Amendments considered friendly to all movers of a motion will be automatically incorporated without requiring a vote. Members who wish to address the assembly shall wait in line at one of the microphones to be recognized by the speaker and be granted speaking rights. And as I also mentioned, every 5 members speaking on a given question, I'll entertain subsidiary or privilege motion. I'll let people like the time to come back in the room before the main vote on any given motion, so you won't be locked out of the room if you go to the bathroom and you want to come back to vote. And finally, motions to table or postpone indefinitely will require a 2/3 majority of the assembly. As such, these, if any members of this assembly wants to amend the standing rules, they may elect to do so. This will require a 2/3 majority of the assembly to modify the current standing rules. This can be done at this time if people wishes to do so. Then I'll move to the next item on the agenda, which is the land acknowledgement. L'Association des étudiants de l'Université McGill tient à souligner que l'Université McGill est située sur le territoire traditionnel de la nation Ghanaian-Gahaga, un endroit qui a longtemps servi comme de lieu de rencontre et d'échange entre les peuples. L'Association des étudiants universitaires de l'Université McGill reconnaît la nation Ghanaian-Gahaga comme les gardiens traditionnels des terres et des eaux sur lesquelles nous nous réunissons aujourd'hui. Now let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the adoption of the agenda by itself. Are there any amendments to the agenda at this time?
Mr. Speaker, I have a motion to move point number 5 on the agenda above what is currently point number 4. So that's new business before report of the executive committee.
Member of the Assembly has moved to move new business to item number 4 and push back report of the executive committee to number 5. Are there any justification as to the reason of this amendment?
Just to kind of speed things along, I think most people in the room are here to discuss new business. So in the interest of time and efficiency.
Anyone wants to speak on this motion? Seeing none, we may move to a vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda? All those opposed? Seeing few, the motion carries. Any other amendments at this time?
I have a second amendment for you, Mr. Speaker. So that would be to move what is currently 4.F on the agenda to 4.A.
Any justification as the reason to move?
The same as was previously provided.
Anyone else wants to speak on this motion this time? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of amending the agenda? All those opposed? This carries. Let's move to the next item on the... no, any other amendments at this time? Sorry, apologies. I've been notified that this can only move to item B because the ratification of the Board of Directors has to be done in priority at the meeting, so that it is as per the internal regulation. Is that? Sorry, yes. The first two items of the agenda have to be done in priority as per the internal regulation. These items have to be discussed at this General Assembly in order for the society to continue existing. Is this friendly to the mover? Yes? Okay, so on to this, the item, we're going to go back to the vote on this. Apologies for the confusion. So all those in favor of moving the motion regarding the support for the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement to item 4C. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing few, this carries. Any other amendments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote to adopt this agenda. So would anyone move to adopt the agenda this time? Move over there, seconded over there. All those in favor of adopting the agenda as it stands? All those opposed? Motion carries. Let's move to the first item on the new business section, which is ratification of the Board of Directors. Is it on the screen? Yeah. Okay. Is it there? Yeah, we're good? Okay. So motion regarding nomination to the Board of Directors. Whereas the SSMU requires the Board of Directors to approve decision of the Legislative Council, whereas the members of the Board of Directors must be over the age of 18 and Canadian citizens, be it resolved that the following individuals be nominated to the SSMU Board of Directors: Adam Templer, Arts Representative; Dashan Tripp, Club Representative; Emily Boyting, VP External Affairs; Aaron Sobat, Senate Caucus Representative; Joshua Chin, Medicine Representative; Kellyanne Douglas, Services Representative; and Sean Taylor, Science Representative. This is moved by President Ibrahim, by VP Bialik, and VP Houston. Would any of the movers please come forward to motivate on this motion? Would you mind going? Please go. Okay, in replacement of VP Bialik, the VP Internal Affairs will try to motivate on this motion.
Hi, everyone. A board of directors needs to be approved. Simply, all of them have to be Canadian because at the end of the day, we act as a corporation and we have to have Canadians as the board of directors, so it's vital to keep SSMU operating. Thank you.
Anyone else wants to speak on this motion at this time? Okay, seeing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of approving these nominations to the board of directors? All those opposed? Seeing few, this carries. Let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the appointment of the motion regarding the nomination of the auditor for the year ending May 31st, 2016. As I see, the VP Finance and Operation is not present. I would like someone to introduce a motion to table this, because where's Zach? Well, I can't do this motion without him. So motion regarding nomination of the auditor for the year ending May 31st, 2016. Whereas Rickler LLP has been the auditor of the SSMU since the 2009 fiscal year. Whereas the appointment of the auditor must be approved by the SSMU membership at the General Assembly. Whereas Fuller Lando LLP is a mid-size audit, tax, and advisory firm. Whereas Fuller Lando has extensive experience working with not-for-profit organizations and student associations, including the Science Undergraduate Society, the Arts Undergraduate Society, and the Management Undergraduate Society. Whereas the Vice President, Finance and Operation has received very positive feedback regarding Fuller Lando from other student associations at McGill. Whereas appointing Fuller Lando as the auditor will save the society approximately 15% on audit fees annually. Whereas the Vice President, Finance and Operation, the Controller, and the General Manager compare Rickler, Fuller Landau, and a third firm, and are recommending that the society appoint Fuller Landau as the auditor. Be it resolved that Fuller Landau LLP be appointed as the society's auditor for the year ending May 31st, 2016. This is moved by VP Houston, VP Bialik, Councillor Templer, and President Ibrahim. Mr. Houston, if you may so wish to motivate on this.
Thank you. Whoa, that is loud. Houston Faculty of Arts. So, contrary to what many of you may think, this is actually one of the most important motions on the agenda today. Also, pardon me, I'm out of breath. I've been running around the building for an hour. Fuller Landau is a great firm. We've been talking to them for a few weeks now, and we've got an amazing quote. We're saving 15% on our audit fees annually by going with this firm. As the motion says, we have spoken with other student associations and heard excellent feedback, and I would highly recommend that we appoint Fuller Landau as our auditor for this year. Basically, for those who don't know, the auditor is the company that will come in the summer and go through all of our documentation, all of our financial statements, and make sure that everything we're reporting is transparent and accurately representing our financial position. With that, I move that Fuller Landau be appointed as the society's auditor.
Anyone else wants to speak on this motion at this time? Seeing none, let's move to a vote. All those in favor of approving the motion? All those opposed? Seeing few, this carries. We have to wait for, because there's a lag in the stream, so we have to wait for downstairs to see there's like a 2-minute difference between the two. So between what I'm saying right now, they're only gonna hear it 2 minutes from now. So they're gonna vote soon-ish, and we can go to the next business on the agenda. We can get back to our business now. So the next item on the agenda is the motion regarding the support for the boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement. The motion reads as follows. Whereas the SSMU Constitution states that the SSMU commits to demonstrating leadership in matters of human rights and social justice. And the SSMU Equity Policy states that the SSMU, an organization working with individuals in groups within organization and across a wide social and political context, shall promote a functional and anti-oppressive environment. Whereas in 2005, over 170 Palestinian society organizations called for boycott, divestment, and sanctions against Israel and called upon international civil society organizations and people of conscience all over the world to impose broad boycotts and implement divestment initiatives against Israel similar to those applied to South Africa in the apartheid era. Whereas this call for BDS states that such campaigns are to remain in place until Israel meets its obligation to recognize the Palestinian people's inalienable right to self-determination and fully complies with no order please, I will not accept any clapping during any of the business. Thank you. Recognize the Palestinian people's inalienable right to self-determination and fully complies with the precept of international law by ending its occupation and colonization of all Arab lands captured in 1967 and dismantling the wall. Recognizing the fundamental rights of the Arab Palestinian citizens of Israel to full equality and respecting, protecting, and promoting the rights of Palestinian refugees to return to their homes and properties as stipulated in UN Resolution 194. Whereas McGill holds investment in Mizrahi Tefaut Bank, which operates branches in illegal Israeli settlements and provides mortgages to home buyers and financial services to local authorities and finances construction on settlements internationally recognized as illegal. Whereas McGill holds investment in L3 Communication, a company that supplied equipment to Israeli checkpoints and border crossings into Gaza, provided engines for Israeli tanks, and in collaboration with Elbit Systems, assembled the Hermes 900 unmanned aerial vehicle used in Operation Protective Edge, in which Palestinians were targeted by Israeli tank fire and airstrikes. Whereas McGill holds investment in Remax, which sells real estate in Israel's illegal settlements, thereby facilitating and profiting from the transfer of Israeli citizens into settlement in occupied Palestinian territory, which violates Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention. Whereas similar measures have been taken by organizations including the United Methodist Church, the Presbyterian Church USA, the Canadian Union of Postal Workers, the Canadian Union of Public Employees, Ontario, the Fédération Nationale des Enseignantes et Enseignants du Québec, and student unions at Concordia University, York University, Carleton University, University of California, Los Angeles, Stanford University, Northwestern University, and DePaul University. Be it resolved that the SSMU support campaigns associated with the BDS movement through the Office of the VP External, including the campaign to divest from corporations complicit in the occupation of the Palestinian territories. Be it resolved that the SSMU president lobby the McGill Board of Governors in support of BDS campaigns by reading a statement in support of divestment from companies profiting from violations of Palestinian human rights at all Board of Governors meetings, recommending no less than the complete divestment of holdings in such companies and implementation of an investment screen that would prevent future investments in similar companies, recommending no less than the complete divestment of holding in such companies and implementation of an investment screen that would prevent future investment in similar companies. This is moved by petition. At this time, I will open the floor for debate. Please remember that your speaking rights are limited to 1 minute.
When do I start?
You may line in the two microphones. The movers of the motion may have the right to speak first. So, are you representing the motion?
Yep.
Please, you may have the floor. Yes, before you speak, please state your last name and faculty.
Okay. Can I start? My name is Laura Khouri, and I'm in engineering. I would like to read out a letter we have received from Gaza. From Palestinian students in Gaza to McGill University students, your support to end Israeli apartheid and occupation is much needed. Besieged Gaza, occupied Palestine, February 21st, 2016. Dear McGill University students, as students and youth in the besieged Gaza Strip, we experience apartheid Israel's atrocious crimes on a daily basis. Palestinians in Gaza have been subjugated to a brutal medieval siege since 2007, during which Israel launched 3 wars in 2009, 2012, and 2014, in which L3 Communications is complicit. The United Nations and leading human rights organizations have accused Israel of committing war crimes during these assaults. Our universities and schools are bombarded by Israeli war airplanes, and the academic freedom of Palestinian scholars and students is severely restricted and denied due to the siege and denial of the freedom of movement. Israel has for decades systematically targeted Palestinian students. That's it.
Thank you. Last name and faculty, please.
Simon Paransky, Faculty of Law. Mr. Speaker, last year the Jewish American singer Matisyahu was nearly banned from performing at a Spanish music festival due to pressure from the BDS movement. A few months later, a 13-year-old Jewish girl wrote a letter to a known professor with a question about one of her interests, horse breeding. She was denied a response. These people aren't Benjamin Netanyahu, Mr. Speaker. These people are not the IDF, but they are the main victims of the BDS movement's inspired vitriol. Yet BDS affects them first and foremost. As much as the SPHR and the movers of this closed-minded motion hate to admit it, there are human beings on both sides of this conflict. People are abused and exploited on both sides of this conflict. The BDS movement only entrenches hostility and marginalizes student voices on campus. I don't want students to be silenced as so many others have been. I'm voting no to this motion.
Order, please. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lucas Nej, Arts. Israel's recent military assault on Gaza in 2014 killed more than 2,200 Palestinians, including many students and young people, and injured over 10,895 people. Many university buildings, schools, and other educational institutions were also destroyed or partially damaged. Israel's siege of Gaza makes it virtually impossible for students to continue their studies abroad or even in the West Bank. We have only 8 hours of electricity a day at best. Thus, investing in companies profiting from Israel's multi-tiered system of oppression prolongs our ongoing plight in the occupied Palestinian territory and destroys any possibility of achieving freedom, justice, and equality. The 3 basic rights under international law, the 3 companies targeted by McGill's motion are deeply complicit in Israel's violations of Palestinian basic rights under international law and conflict with the UN guidelines on business and human rights. We call for divestment from international corporations profiting from Israeli occupation, apartheid, and colonialism until our rights under international law are respected. As the solidarity movement with the anti-apartheid struggle in South Africa showed a few decades ago, boycott, divestment, and sanction measures initiated and promoted by faith groups, trade unions, academic institutions, and student movements.
Thank you.
Chantal Schultz, Arts. I'm just going to continue reading the letter that Lucas was continuing. In the occupied West Bank, including East Jerusalem, Israel's brutal military occupation, colonial settlement enterprise, and wall present grave problems for students and teachers who face severe restrictions on their freedom of movement, arbitrary imprisonment, and extrajudicial killings. Palestinian citizens of Israel face systematic and rampant racial discrimination in the Israeli education system, which is segregated and unequal. A critical report by Human Rights Watch in 2001 sheds light on this discrimination in Israel's school. Supporting the Palestinian-led global boycott, divestment, and sanctions movement is one of the most important steps that student unions internationally can take to stand in solidarity with our struggle for freedom, justice, and equality. The nonviolent, anti-racist, and inclusive BDS movement has already celebrated many victories against Israel's regime of oppression and corporations that are complicit in perpetuating it and profiting from it. Israel is only able to maintain its legal regime of occupation, colonialism, and apartheid because of international support. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna Tishkoff, Arts. I stand for BDS because my university is complicit in the occupation of a people. As a Jewish student, I can say Israel does not represent my identity. Zionism has conflated Jews of all backgrounds
Order, please.
With a militaristic and colonial government, and as someone who believes in justice, I cannot stand for this. It is a myth that speaking about the occupation is anti-Semitic, because Israel does not represent all Jewish people. I'm voting for BDS because I am standing in solidarity with the Palestinians who are stripped of their basic rights. They pass through checkpoints every day, and they witness their land be destroyed by illegal settlements. BDS targets specific companies that enable both to continue unpunished. As someone who stands against racism and hatred, I support a solidarity movement that calls to lift discriminatory policies that violate international law and dehumanize a people that have been colonized, not in my name.
Point of information.
Yes.
We were told at previous General Assemblies that snapping was the way we express our support because it's less disturbing. So can we continue snapping, or is that?
No, this is my call. I'm the speaker tonight, and I find snapping to be a way to prevent other speakers from expressing their ideas, and I do not find it the proper way to communicate. If you want to communicate, please get in line and speak. You may show your approval for an idea by voting the time being. We've attained 5 speakers. Are there any motion at this time on the table? Incidental motion. People want to amend, to... Okay, seeing none, you may address the Assembly.
Nader Khan, Faculty of Law. Mr. Speaker, there's a notion that one can be politically neutral, that there is space in the political spectrum that one can occupy in the shadows away from the debates of the day. And I think many people in this room may feel that they would like to occupy that exact space, but in this conflict and on this issue, that space does not exist. And that is the case because McGill has already taken a stance on this issue. McGill currently invests in 3 companies, Remax, Mizrahi Tafaho, as well as L3 Communications. And so for students who would like to occupy that comfortable space in the neutral zone, away from the left or the right or whatever side you'd like, the choice has already been made for them. What BDS offers an opportunity to do for these very students is to say, no, I will not have my investments go towards further occupying lands. No, I will not have my tuition money going to send engines to armored tanks that destroy the lives of 500 children and babies last year alone in Gaza. I will vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Zara Habib, U2 Arts. For the sake of an informed debate, I want to actually speak to the specific investments and the specific issues that are germane to this motion rather than talk about conceptual ideas of what is neutral and what is what not. So the first company that this motion is speaking to divest from is Remax Holdings Incorporated. If you look at footnote 8 of the motion, it links to an official document from the McGill. You can get this from the McGill website, and it shows that it links to a document titled "U.S. Equities Above 500,000 Publicly Traded and Held in Segregated Accounts." This information is correct as of September 30th, 2015. This basically is going over McGill's investments in companies that, in American companies that's over $500,000 and also below. And you can see that our investments in Remax Holdings Incorporated amounts to $542,638. Now, I want to clarify that this motion is calling for divestment from Remax Holdings Incorporated, and which we hold accountable for all franchises that this is under this company. Thank you.
Alan Liu, U3 Management. So BDS supports a motion to economically isolate and punish Israel. This is part of a greater misconception that isolating Israel will be just and make Palestinians better off. Not being of Jewish descent, but having gone on exchange at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, I learned that this is far from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Firsthand, I saw the benefits of economic cooperation between Jews and Arabs and prove that unity is stronger than division. Investing, not divesting, in Israel will provide the necessary capital for Israeli companies to either hire more Palestinian workers or for Palestinians to even start their own companies. If BDS was truly a movement about helping Palestinians, they would advocate even investing in Israel, thus providing necessary capital for the building of industry and infrastructure, where Jews and Arabs alike can work together towards the common language of peace and prosperity. That would be the road to peace. This motion is divisive and not conducive to peace. Thank you.
Noam Blauer, Faculty of Arts, U3. Anti-Semitism is on the rise globally, especially in Europe, where Jews who fear for their physical safety are fleeing in large numbers. And BDS, despite the intentions of the organizers, has often contributed to that rise. Intersectional politics means that the fight against one form of oppression should not perpetuate another. But this motion's attack on the world's only Jewish majority country is too often read as justification for an attack on the world's Jews. By the way, the motion did not need to be framed in this way. China, Russia, Morocco, Turkey, all these are countries involved in military occupation. Canada, America, and other Western nations have been built on unceded Aboriginal land. An intersectional motion would have defined objective criteria for companies complicit in occupation and gone after all of them worldwide without singling out the ones with Jewish connections. Progressive Jewish community institutions may have very well collaborated on that kind of a motion, but that collaboration and that intersectional perspective were simply never sought out.
Yusuf Hashmawi, Faculty of Arts and Science, U1. Dear Speaker, I'd like to quickly break down the demographics of this vote of this room. So on one side you have Palestinians and other Arabs like myself who feel a sense of obligation to come here and say yes to commemorate the struggle of their people, and who have a yes deeply engraved somewhere within from almost pre-birth. Although I'm positive I would have picked it up regardless. Then you have the pro-Zionists who vote no here is also part of their identity and a good shield to potential guilt feelings. It is what their families have preached as kids, and so again they feel a sense of obligation to come here and make such a vote. This is why I'm talking to those who have no strong affiliation with one side of the conflict, who come here with no pre-established notion of a good and an evil side, and who can only listen to the voice of reason and be on the side of human rights. I want you to look around and see where diversity stands, where your peers stand, because clearly diversity has said yes to BDS. I want you to get rid of all your layers of identity and rid the vote of all its layers of politics and of its labels. Then all you will find is a small child in Palestine, bathed in his blood, asking you simply, how do you feel about your money funding my innocent death?
Benjamin Pisarevsky, faculty. Oh.
We've attained 5 speakers. Are there any incidental motion at this time on the floor? Thank you.
Sorry, before we continue, I know people want to snap. Another alternative is to go like this. If you want to do it silently, it's kind of cool. Just an alternative.
All the cool kills do it these days. Okay, please.
Benjamin Pisarevsky, Faculty of Management. Mr. Speaker, BDS includes boycotting of anything Israel-related. Take a look at organizations that have adopted their policies. They target Israeli products, Israeli lecturers, technology, students, medicine, basically anything or anyone that has to do with Israel. So if we adopt a position to target a people based on their nationality, then why don't we start targeting Saudi Arabian students because their country beheads and stones women who don't wear hijabs, or Iranian students since Iran supports terrorism, African students for Boko Haram,
Order.
Syrian and Iraqi students for ISIS, Afghanis for Al-Qaeda, Germans for Nazis, Chinese for crazy leaders, and Russians for Putin. Why don't we target every student on campus and every nationality based on the country they support or are from? Why? Because this is not a dictatorship. This is supposed to be a safe place for all. And you adopting BDS is you saying we are not a safe zone and are targeting one people. That means minorities, guess what? You're next.
Yes.
Just a point of privilege, Mr. Speaker. Our parliamentary procedure clearly states that comments should not be made towards disparaging comments towards people of certain nationalities and ethnicities should not be made. I understand the analogy that the speaker was trying to make, but that was really quite bordering on insulting, I think, for many students who may or may not identify with those ethnicities listed. So just a question whether or not you as a speaker could maybe intervene if future comments of that nature
I'll take that
arise.
into account. Thank you. Mr.
So can we
Schwartz?
just withdraw the motion then, following that logic?
Excuse me?
Can we just withdraw the entire motion then, following that logic?
Order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Michael A. Brackets, Mikey Schwartz, second year law. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise, a proud student of McGill University, a proud brother, cousin, friend, and colleague of Israelis, and an embarrassed and involuntary member of the SSMU. This is the third time in half as many years that we are being forced to confront lies and hatred and intimidation. We all know what BDS really stands for. It stands for bullying, division, and slander. It's bigoted, it's demonizing, and it's spiteful. I invite you to read the resolution before us. In that entire meandering, verbose, banal, mendacious, and pathetic resolution, there was not a single word of condemnation, even of mention, of all the acts of terrorism committed against people who were murdered because they were Israelis and because they were Jews. An earlier speaker complained about dehumanization. How is that for dehumanizing? The measure of what someone can accomplish is what they build up, not what they destroy. This resolution focuses only on destruction and negative things. It has no inclusion of the other side, no effort at honest dialogue, and all we see is contempt. Thank you.
No, you're next.
Is it me? Oh, okay. Michael Oberman, Arts. I want to just sort of preface this by saying that I support Israel not because I'm a Jew, but because it's democracy and a force for good in the world. So I understand that opposition to the country largely stems from the fact that it's Jewish, but understand that people can support the country on other than just ethnic grounds. I understand that's the only paradigm these people know, but try and open your mind. But as for the other points, I understand if their positions will largely be born out of bias, but if they could at least try and reflect reality by not citing the Goldstein Report and human rights violations since retracted by its author, by trying to take into account the Abu Ghraib separation plan, which is largely opposed by Arab Israelis who are perfectly fine and happy in Israel, thank you very much, and try and keep in mind that your moral equivalency nonsense really has no place in university, but if you fail to keep trying every year, at least try and keep your positions factually correct.
Thank you.
Josh Frank, Management. Mr. Speaker, we've heard a lot about divestment, but let's take into account the fact that this motion is a BDS motion, not a divestment motion. Among the core tenets of BDS is calling for a comprehensive and consistent boycott of all Israeli academic and cultural institutions, even ignoring the fact that Israeli universities have created life-saving medical and breakthrough technological advancements. The president of Al-Quds University, a Palestinian university, stated this: "If we are to look at Israeli society, it is within the academic community that we've had the most progressive pro-peace views and views that have come out in favor of seeing us as equals. If you want to punish any sector, this is the last one to approach. What good could possibly come with associating with a movement that seeks to call for an academic boycott? We're not going to let somebody come speak at the school, let's say in engineering, just because they're Israeli. What good does that do?" Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maya Rosenkrantz, U3 Science. The McGill student body prides itself on our diversity. Yet why is it that when it pertains to the Israeli-Palestinian conflict, an attempt is being made to make our campus homogeneous? This motion contradicts SSMU's safer space policy, as BDS proposes a cultural boycott on Israel, alienating students who belong to that culture, Israeli students like myself. How can McGill remain a safe space if SSMU adopts a one-sided view of an incredibly complex conflict on behalf of all students? There is freedom of speech, and there is abusing this freedom of speech to put words into other people's mouths. Many students have expressed to me their fear and anxiety about the potential passing of this motion. Students' mental health is on the line. Students who identify as Israeli or Zionist are genuinely afraid that if this motion passes, they will not be able to freely express their identity on campus. No McGill student should ever be afraid to express their identity on campus, and that is why I encourage students to vote no.
Thank you. Order, please.
I would just like to say that as someone...
Your name, please.
Sorry, Itai Azrad, law school, first year. I would just like to say that as somebody who defines myself as both pro-Israeli and pro-Palestinian, and as somebody who is very personally affected by this conflict, I ask the members of the room if they would please engage in moderation and also engage in a dialogue that would endorse both people's rights to self-determination. One of the things that I find most problematic with this resolution is that it only recognizes the rights of Palestinians that most certainly have rights to self-determination, but it doesn't recognize Jewish or Israeli rights to self-determination. It does not endorse the two-state solution that I think is most effective in this conflict. And I just would like to say that we do not, just because we see ourselves as in solidarity with the Palestinians, we should also be in solidarity with peace and with the Israelis, because only through unity of all these three components will we actually have a lasting peace. And that's why I say, please vote down this motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Elisa Saskin, U2, Arts and Science. This is the third time in the past 18 months that the same group of students has asked SSMU to single out Israel for condemnation. Our position has been the same to all three motions. It is wrong to ask SSMU to take a stance that supports one side of a hotly contested and complex debate that is certain to alienate many students. As McGill students, we should work towards building coalitions instead of focusing on divisive yes and no campaigns. Rather than rushing to get a point across in 60 seconds, we could reach mutual understandings through listening to and addressing each other's concerns. By respecting one another, we can truly advance human rights and justice for all peoples affected by the conflict. Vote no to BDS, and let's work together to create the appropriate forum for productive and respectful dialogue on campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
James Newman, U2 Religious Studies. Mr. Speaker, the proponents of this motion wish the student body to see BDS as enjoying growing support around the world. But on the contrary, the world is turning against BDS. The French Court of Cassation has ruled that promoting a boycott of Israel is inciting hatred. The US government has passed a trade bill condemning BDS. The United Kingdom has introduced new legislation prohibiting anti-Israel boycotts in its institutions. All three major parties in our parliament have condemned BDS, and the Quebec National Assembly has as well. The Palestinian government has even denounced boycotts of Israel and even arrested BDS activists for disturbing the peace. An endorsement of BDS from SMU is akin to embarking on a sinking ship and would only serve to isolate us from Quebec, Canada, our close allies, Palestine itself, and their growing consensus that BDS has no place in our society. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any motion at this time on the floor? Okay, seeing none, you may go.
Jordan Devon, U2 Arts. In 2012, Israel's Batsheva Dance Company had its Edinburgh performance disrupted simply because it was Israeli and thus a target for boycotting. Earlier that year, the same thing happened to Israel's Habima Theatre Company in London. Batsheva and Habima, like the variety of dance and theater troupes based out of Tel Aviv, are for the most part comprised of leftist Israelis who already despise their government's policies. This is one of the many ways that the BDS movement's oversimplified assault on all of Israel impacts its population. If I were them, I would feel marginalized, I would feel attacked, and I would feel isolated. Cultural boycotts only serve to place the Israeli left in a precarious position while reinforcing the right's hold on the government. Netanyahu keeps winning elections because he's telling Israelis that the world is against them. And BDS is doing everything it can to convince Israelis that, yes, indeed, the world is against them. I refuse to support such a movement, so I'll be voting no.
Thank you.
Eaton Ziner-Cohen, Faculty of Arts. Mr. Speaker, I find the systematic and deliberate exploitation of the democratic process here at McGill to be pernicious and disenfranchising. Time and time again, our collective volition has been discounted and our self-determination undermined. And so we find ourselves at this juncture once more forced to vote down a discriminatory and divisive motion that has been cleaned up, rebranded, and polished over, but that at its essence is the same vitriolic and disgusting motion it's always been. The proponents of this motion are once again endeavoring to impose a monolithic narrative onto this body and to reduce nuanced and intricate convictions into demonizing and vacuous clauses. The magnitude of the ramifications this portends is incalculable. If the objective here is to render students of McGill disillusioned, voiceless, and apathetic, this is a major step towards achieving that. BDS kills the spirit of inclusivity and respect that this institution proclaims to instill, and as such, I would like to state my inveterate opposition towards it. It will accomplish nothing overseas, but the intolerance it institutionalizes here will be enduring. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sonia Larbiaisa, U2 Arts. Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the speakers that came before me today in successfully shifting the debate from something that is about McGill University and its investments to something that's more about the international community or international policy at large. However, I'd like to reframe the debate into something that we can actually understand here today to fully understand what voting yes or no for this motion is. Today, if we want to be complicit in McGill University as McGill students who take our tuition money and invest it in things that violate international law, I say vote no. But if you want to take away our complicity as students at McGill University in violating Article 49 of the Geneva Convention, as well as other international settlements that say that the illegal occupation of Palestinian territories is illegal, we say vote yes. A vote no is an informed decision to uphold McGill's financial investments that are proven to cause social harm and violate international law. That's that simple. If you believe your public university should be neutral, vote yes. If you believe you should stand in solidarity with Palestinian people, vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, order, order.
Raina Liu, U2 Arts. Mr. Speaker, as a self-identifying progressive Zionist, I deplore much about the current situation and leadership in Israel-Palestine. That said, I deplore the BDS movement and this motion even more. You know what this motion does? It forces me into a box. Am I a yes or am I a no? There is no room for nuance nor proper, respectful dialogue here. I refuse to continue being put in a box that means that I unequivocally support Israel and supposedly act as a mouthpiece for Netanyahu himself. I am sick of trying to explain that my opposition to this motion does not mean my opposition to an independent Palestine, rights for Palestinians, an end to the ongoing conflict. I am sick and tired of being pushed into a shrinking box where I am supposed to encompass all my thoughts, feelings, emotions, nuance, and experience into a simple yes or no. I vote no to this motion, but I also vote no to being told what my no means, to being put in a box, and to having to even entertain the fact that this constitutes healthy debate and a solution to anything on campus. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Michael McCauley, Faculty of Arts. I'm actually one of the 4 people who helped write this motion, and I follow the BDS movement pretty closely, so I think I have a good idea of what it is and what it means. And I want to make the distinction between this sort of hypothetical dystopian BDS movement that people are talking about, where people are like running around and boycotting every Israeli good in sight, preventing any Israeli speaker from speaking anywhere that they want, and the one that actually exists in the campaigns that have been taken on since the call was made in 2005. And I think what you'll see if you actually look at the campaigns that have been able to gain popular support is that most of them actually target multinational corporations like G4S, like Israeli banks, those aren't multinational, but other corporations that have direct ties to enforcing and maintaining the occupation. And if this motion passes, those are the sorts of campaigns that will be supported here. Thank you.
Thank you. Any motion at this time? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to motion to call the question.
There's a motion to call the question. Is it seconded by anyone? Seconded in the back. Motion to call the question is non-debatable, and it is a motion to stop the debate at this time and move directly to a vote. It requires a 2/3 majority of the Assembly. We're going to move directly to a vote. Please go back to your seat and try to remember. Excuse me? It's a motion to call the question is a motion to stop the debate. We're going to vote on this and go back to, if it fails, people may keep on speaking on the motion.
Point of order?
Yes.
Will the lineup of speakers that is currently in place be reinstituted if the vote fails?
It will be reinstituted, and I ask for your cooperation to try to make it as easy as it goes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So please go back to your seat. Are the voters, is everyone ready to count votes downstairs? So I've been told it's lagging very badly downstairs. Omar, can you go downstairs to check if we can move to a vote to call the questions?
If everyone can just turn off the Wi-Fi on their phone downstairs in the other rooms, they'll be able to actually hear the live stream. Can everyone do that right now if that's possible? Please?
Okay, so the lagging is very bad at this time. So I'll ask for your patience to just, can talk between all of you, and we're going to get back to this vote in 3 to 4 minutes. Thank you. Excuse me? The quorum, you ask?
Sorry, what is the margin for a 2/3? How many people are there in the body at the moment?
I would need to ask this information, but it will be counted. It's not 2/3 of the people present, it's 2/3 of the people voting. So you have to count the number of people who say yes, the number of people who say no, then decide what the 2/3 margin is. But roughly speaking, right now I think we are at roughly 700 people in the 2 rooms. So. that's what I. Yeah, but I shouldn't wait for Gertz to redeem his vote. Why? It's not the main vote either. The meeting started an hour ago. Apologies to everyone. We're just waiting for people to fill in Gertz. Right now, our overflow goes all the way to Gertz, and registration is taking time. We want to make sure everyone who want to vote can be in one of the room at that time. So right now, we will soon reach the capacity of 1,000 members. Order, please. Could everyone take their seats? We're going to start the voting procedure. At this time, you may no longer leave the room. Some of the rooms have already voted because there wasn't that many people in there, so it wasn't too long for them. But we're going to start right away while we're waiting on Gertz to be ready. So, who are the vote counters in this room? Kimber, Omar? No. Francois and... You're taking care of all of this? Perfect. Okay, so all those in favor of calling the question, which means to end debate and go directly to a vote on the main motion. Count the yes, we'll go and start to. Yeah. But some people have abstained. I don't mind if you abstain. No. I need them to have the threshold of 2/3. That's why. Yeah. No votes.
Okay, raise them really high. Pass them down on the line. Reminder that you can abstain also on this vote.
They did abstain in some of the rooms, so like right now I'm not
Okay, anyone who is abstaining, raise your placard now. You cannot still have a placard at the end of this because we're collecting everything and redistributing everything. Okay, if everybody could please take a seat, we're going to redistribute all of the ballots. This is going to be messy, I'm sorry. Okay, just pass it out.
back to it. What? Are all the rooms ready?
Why do I? Abstention.
What? Ask because my ask.
Does someone not have a placard? Raise your hand if you don't have a placard.
No, there you go.
Before we get started again, I just want to reiterate a couple of rules of respect. When there's people talking, please don't talk. It's really disrespectful. When they're at the mic and you're talking behind them, it's really rude. We all want everyone's voice to be heard, so please be cognizant of that. And another quick reminder, you can't really take a video of anyone without their consent. You shouldn't be taking a video of anyone, so don't do that. Thank you.
Last reminder, please do the hand thing instead of the clapping, please. And are we all set in all the rooms? I thank you all for your patience. The result is 443 votes in favor, 347 votes against. The threshold 2/3 majority was 526, so the motion to call the question failed. So we are going to go back to discussion on the main motion. Yeah, please, please, please be respectful of who was there in the order.
Thank you. There was somebody in front of me.
I ask for everyone's cooperation.
It was Molly and then me.
Guys, again, please respect each other. If you know where you were before.
What? No, but are you not? Is Molly not coming? What? What?
We talking about?
Sorry?
I have no clue.
Yeah, time we're good.
I don't remember at all.
Molly. Molly. Are you not speaking?
Okay, we're set.
I would say if he doesn't come back.
Okay, order, please. We're going to get back to the discussion.
First speaker is coming up.
Okay. So, before we get started, just want to remind to address me, to not be personal, address the merit of the motion, all of this. And also, I'm seeing in the line right now some people who've spoken before. Just remember that per Robert's rules, you can only speak twice on any given motion. So I'm like kind of trying to remember everything, but please refrain from coming more than twice on any given motion. So you may address the assembly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Molly Harris, U1 Arts. Last week, the McGill Tribune came out with their list of endorsements of the motions being brought forward today and chose to abstain from the motion at hand. The message that the paper sent by refusing to endorse this motion was very powerful. They wrote that voting yes for this motion brings with it implications that reach far beyond the specific prescriptions that this motion calls for. One of the inherent problems with a motion such as this one is that it inspires a debate of a political issue that is firmly entrenched within individuals' identities. The risk of alienating a large portion of the student body through a decision on this motion is unjustifiable. These notions are exactly why I would encourage you to vote no today. By not moving forward with a motion that would undeniably alienate a large and diverse group of students because of their national, political, or cultural identities, SMU is meeting its mandate to act as the official voice of the students of McGill and act in the best interests of its membership as a whole. This conflict stretches far beyond SMU and McGill. For the simple reason that our student government needs to represent the entire undergraduate community, I am asking you to vote no and put this motion to rest.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Maled. I'm in U2 Arts. The last time I came up here to speak as an Arab against the BDS motion, I was called a traitor by people in this audience for my opinions. I just want to lay out the campus conditions that we have right now because I don't think anyone has been paying attention to what this BDS motion will do to our students. Before this motion has even been passed, 2 days ago, the president of Israel on campus's Facebook was attempted to be broken into with an anti-Semitic fake email address. At McMaster last year at the BDS vote, someone was threatened with death if they did speak against the BDS motion. I don't think that that campus environment is something we need to project on our students here. If this passes, I just want to read two newspaper article titles that were passed at other universities of what happened. Students demand Zionists off campus. Students demand Jews deregister. That is the environment the BDS movement promotes, and I don't want to see that on my campus. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tom Tyler, U2 ArtSci. I don't wish to perpetuate the echo chamber that has developed, nor do I have any desire to convince anyone that Israel is Disneyland or to smear my fellow students who vote differently on the matter as ubiquitous anti-Semites. So I merely wish to address the GA with my own personal concerns. I watched Rabbi Davis's speech online. It's not without appreciating this gesture to reach out to Jewish students when I say that I was disappointed. Davis openly mocked Jewish connection to the Levant by saying, verbatim, some people believe this stuff. In doing so, he refuted a core tenet of Jewish ethnic, religious, and national identity, one that exists with or without the state of Israel, with or without Israel as a political entity indeed. However well-intentioned, this is simply not good enough if you want to dispel fears amongst Jewish students. It is for this reason that I cannot support the motion presented here today.
Thank you.
Jonathan Glustein, U1 Management. Mr. Speaker, I fear that safe space that McGillians have worked so hard to create at our university could be in jeopardy if this motion passes. Students should not be discriminated against based on country of origin. This is something that's in the SSMU Constitution and something that I hold really true to my heart, regardless of what country you're from. Whether you're from Israel, whether you're from any country in the world, I believe that you should not be discriminated against based on your country of origin. Unfortunately, a BDS week that targets Israel, including a cultural boycott that would directly affect Israeli students who just aim to take their cultural practices seriously, would be catastrophic to a culture of understanding and a culture of promoting minority rights here at McGill University. BDS doesn't contribute to debate, it silences it. For that matter, Mr. Speaker, I'm pro-Palestinian and I actually oppose the settlements, but it's unfortunate that as a Jew at McGill, I feel that I need to qualify myself by taking a stance on the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. That shouldn't be the case. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Zara Habib, U2 Arts. I want to draw everybody's attention, everybody in this room, I really want to draw your attention to the nature that this debate has now started to take on. Rather than debating the tenets of this motion, the information that my colleagues literally busted their backsides for months trying to put this information together that is factual, that shows the violations of human rights that is occurring. What's happening now is me being a proponent of this motion, I feel like right now I have to get up here and stand and tell everyone that I'm not a racist. That's what's happening in this debate right now. That is disgusting. Please, students in here, do I look like a racist? Do I look like an anti-Semitic? No. And nobody else in this, none of my colleagues that worked on this motion is racist or anti-Semitic or thinks
Please
that
address the speaker, please.
Mr. Speaker, nobody that wrote this motion that I know, these are my friends. None of us think that any proponent of racism or anti-Semitism or humanity, none of us are proponents of this. And unfortunately, that's the nature of the debate that's going on right now. That's heartbreaking. Please, can we get back to the motion? I beg of you.
Thank you. Before we get to the next speaker, are there any motion at this time on the floor? Seeing none.
Hi, Laura Khoury, Engineering Arts. Engineering. I just want to address a few things that had been said before. First of all, dialogue. As a Palestinian, first of all, can you not speak on my behalf? We have called for this, and it is your moral obligation as people of social conscience to answer this call. It is not your obligation to tell us what Israel has done to us, because every single Jewish student in this room can fly to Israel tomorrow, while I have never been able to step foot on that land. So please do not speak on behalf of my lived experiences. Thank you. Second of all, dialogue has been promoted at McGill. Dialogue sessions have been happening at McGill, and only 10 students attend these dialogue sessions. So don't lie to us and tell us that dialogue is the answer, because dialogue is not happening. Third of all, would any of you here be in support of South African apartheid? Would any of you here not boycott South African apartheid? No, you would have not done that. Israel is an apartheid state, and Israel does have policies within its state that discriminate against us Palestinians.
Order. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My name is Rav Haddad. I'm a U4 art student. I just want to speak to the misconception that BDS actually hurts Palestinians economically. Why would Palestinians themselves, who belong to over 170 civil society organizations, call for BDS themselves if they know it's going to hurt them economically? It is a last resort measure by Palestinians who have been stifled in the peace talks, stifled in the international community, and stifled on this campus by students. So, if you're really an ally and if you really allegedly want what's best for the Palestinians, you will vote yes for this motion because that's what the Palestinians are asking you to do. The only person being alienated on this campus are the Palestinian students who are being erased by this hateful and polemic rhetoric.
Order! Thank you.
Hanis Khosrowshahi, U2 Arts. As a queer woman of color and as a feminist, I strive to incorporate an intersectional lens into my analysis of gendered oppression, and I'm committed to stand against solidarity with anti-colonial struggles against historical and ongoing forms of injustice. People in this room have attacked my identity and my country for an empty label of terrorism. Let it be known that as a person of color, I reject the Orientalist tropes that suggest Middle Eastern societies are uniquely and inherently patriarchal. Patriarchy exists in all societies, and in the context of Palestine, I believe that the occupation curtails women's livelihood and ability to engage in feminist organizing. I believe that staying silent in the face of violence committed against Palestinian people is siding with the apartheid state of Israel. To stand in solidarity with Palestinian people is to respond to their call for BDS, and I firmly stand behind McGill BDS in their efforts to put an end to McGill's complicity in the oppression of Palestinian people.
Thank you.
George Gabriel, Arts, U2. A lot has been said in this room. Some of it's worth addressing, some of it's not. I just want to speak to the way that this motion has been misconstrued in the past couple of days and mischaracterized, the mischaracterizations of the people who have brought it forward. To those who say that this motion is divisive, that politics is not a place for SMU, I'd like to say that we need to recognize the status quo. It's easy to call the motion divisive, but it's difficult to recognize the status quo as marginalizing students who are currently having their tuition dollars allocated towards ends that they disagree with, either on an ethnic basis, on a moral basis, on a human basis. I'd like to say that to those people who argue that the GA is not a place for students to make other students feel not safe, of course that is not what we are trying to do here. What we are trying to do is recognize the voices of those who are already being marginalized by what is going on. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Dalia Kablawi, U1 Anatomy and Zoology. First of all, I'd like to talk about how we've diverted this debate. The motion targets 3 companies which directly profit from the occupation. L3, one of the companies, developed a precision drone used in Operation Protective Edge, which according to Israeli intelligence officials had good enough resolution to show who was a non-combatant, and yet over half the deaths in Protective Edge were civilian. Okay? Number 2, in response to the people who came up here, especially to the gentleman who said he went to the Hebrew University and that Palestinians have equal opportunities, that is false. That is false. There's a second-class citizenship system in Israel. Arab Israeli citizens are not treated equally. I am a Palestinian. I'm voting yes, and I'm Palestinian. I'm here. You will not erase my history.
Order, please. If we're trying to have a democratic debate here by simply not allowing speaker to feel like they can express themselves, you're not fostering the right environment. Please refrain from clapping in the future.
Hi, Mohammed Anani, Science. I wanted to reference to one of the previous speakers said they were in a figurative shrinking box. I'd just like to say and remind everyone here that the Palestinians are literally in a shrinking box. Israel is closing down on Gaza, increasing their buffer zone every year by a kilometer or 2. They're reducing the amount of water they have. The lands in the West Bank are being appropriated and resources are being appropriated for Israeli settlers when those are by UN law fall within the UN 1967 borders and belong to Palestinians rightfully. By investing in the companies that McGill is invested in, we are complicit. And as a Palestinian student, I refuse this. If you want to be neutral, vote yes. If you're pro-Palestinian, vote yes. And if you feel associated with Israel and you don't want Israel to be involved in fucked up human rights violations, vote yes.
Jeroen Bakker, Science, U3. In the previous BDS ones, I came as an Israeli and as an ex-soldier in the IDF, parachuting unit that participated in the war in 2012 to show the Israeli side. Some of you told me on this stage in here that people don't need to bring their own personal stories. So here be my guess, I won't come anymore. Continue to get the 100% misleading stories from the same biased media again and again, and this goes for both sides, yes and no. I don't care the result today anymore. In fact, I will pass my vote to my right to vote today. There is just one thing I will ask all of you, and this goes both sides. Go home and ask your parents and families to stop donate, send money to either side. If you do want to help, come, volunteer for more programs helping coexist between children, Israelis and Palestinians. Whenever you send money, the money will go to the wrong hands and will be used to create more guns and killing machines of both sides. And then people will send more and more money. Okay. Right now there is ignorance, ignorance lead to fear, fear lead to violence.
Thank you.
Josh Frank, Management. I want to clear up a few misconceptions. I am on Israel on campus. I am on the Vote No committee. I've never once been approached to participate in a debate to talk about how we can solve this issue and how we can come to a peaceful solution. I also want to clear up the misconception that BDS is pro-peace. Omar Barghouti, who is a co-founder of BDS, stated this: "We oppose the Jewish state in any part of Palestine. Only a sellout Palestinian would accept a Jewish state in Palestine." I also want to talk about the story of SodaStream. So SodaStream is an Israeli company that produces home carbonation products. The BDS movement put huge pressure on SodaStream, who employed 600 Palestinian workers, and SodaStream was forced to leave the West Bank. As a result, 500 Palestinian workers lost their jobs, which were high paying. A Palestinian shift manager stated this: "All the people who wanted to close SodaStream's West Bank factory are mistaken. They didn't take into consideration the families." Thank you.
Okay, before the next speaker, are there any motion on the table at this time? Yes.
Motion to call the question.
It's only been 20 minutes since the last call of the questions, so I'm just going to wait for half an hour before we can call again the question. This is normal procedure. When you have a call a question, you can't call the question every 2 minutes whenever it fails. So I'm going to allow for another 10 minutes of discussion, and then if someone wants to call the question, we may go to a vote again. Yes? Another motion? Sorry? Well, 5-10 minutes. I mean, I've been looking at the clock. It's roughly 5-10 minutes. I'm going to let another 2 rounds of 5 speakers, and then we're going to get there. So, Mr. Gentleman, you may.
Hi, my name is Sammy Fuller. I'm a U3 art student. A student earlier today mentioned that BDS was targeting students and that we should be targeting Saudi Arabian students instead. I would like to ask any of the adversaries of this motion, where exactly in the language of the motion do they see anything targeting students? I'd like to reaffirm that BDS is a boycott of a government policy, not a people. Since so many people have talked about how this motion is going to marginalize students, why don't we talk about how the investments our school currently has marginalizes Palestinians as well as other students who feel strongly against the occupation of Palestine by the Israeli forces. Okay, that's it.
Thank you.
Hi, Ida Management. So I will vote yes because I think this is the first step to open a dialogue. I will vote yes, not because I'm against Israel, but because I'm pro-equality. Boycotting is unfortunately the first step. Then we will all sit at the table and think about how to share the investment in an equal way. I will vote yes because it's not me. It is to me the only way we will start the dialogue, because everyone will truly have something to lose, unlike what it is now. Keeping in mind that the status quo is not always the best solution we are currently. That's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Lucas Nesh, Arts.
I would like to remind everyone that if we're here discussing the need for divestment, it's because we are standing in support of a continuously oppressed people suffering from a colonial logic of conquest, destruction, and expulsion. This brutal, repressive enterprise is only able to maintain itself due to support of international governments and multinational corporations. As members of the global community, it is our role and it is our moral obligation to stand in solidarity for those who do not have our privilege of self-determination and freedom. From our position as allies of the Palestinian people in the occupied territories, it is not our right to determine what is best suited to their needs. I will vote yes for BDS.
Thank you.
Bonjour, je vais m'exprimer en français et je traduirai ensuite en anglais.
Merci.
J'aimerais en fait souligner un élément qui a été oublié entièrement de la discussion, c'est le complexe industrio-militaire qui a lieu en Israël. OK? Et qui est, on pourrait presque dire, land tested sur le terrain en fait, donc sur leur propre territoire ou ce qui est déterminé comme leur propre territoire. Mais en fait, c'est la Palestine. Donc vous avez un complexe vous avez une industrie militaire qui exploite la population israélienne pour ensuite exporter des armes dites non létales ailleurs dans le monde. Donc par exemple, vous avez au Honduras en 2009, il y a une révolution qui a lieu, et qu'est-ce que les gens retrouvent dans la rue? Elles retrouvent des armes en fait directement importées d'Israël. Donc les mouvements sociaux à l'extérieur du Moyen-Orient, à l'extérieur d'Israël sont directement affectés par cette...
Merci.
Hi, Chantal Schultz, Arts. As an organizer with McGill BDS, I just want to be very clear that the campaigns coming out of this, should the motion pass, will be very carefully planned and targeted, like the divestment campaign that we will be having. We will not take actions that will harm people we are working in solidarity with. Also, I just want to say, as someone who does not have any family or prior connection to Israel or Palestine, I stand in full support of Palestinians who are being oppressed, systematically discriminated against, and silenced. It seems very clear to me that the colonized are asking for something, and as an ally of Palestinians, answering the call for BDS is what I must do and what we should do. Someone mentioned that Canada and the US are settler colonial states. I'm very aware of this, and it's horrible, and this motion calling for BDS is something that we can actively do to stop Israel continuing to be a settler colonial state, and it's our responsibility as students who are on traditional indigenous land.
Thank you.
Julie Scara, U2 Arts and Science. Mr. Speaker, I just want to address some of the concerns I feel that people may have when they do look at the liberal government who may be supporting BDS or the US government that may be supporting BDS. We can look back at history and see both Canada and the US supported the South African apartheid. And this is just to say that governments can be wrong and you should be on the right side of history today by voting yes. BDS is another great way to look at it as a way to fight against colonialization and colonialism. And in the end, McGill is not taking an unbiased stance right now. We are, if you vote yes, you will be taking a way to level the playing field, and either way, yeah, just vote yes to BDS, be on the right side of history. Hashtag, we can start that. Okay.
Yusuf Ashmawi, Arts and Science, U1. Dear Speaker, I'd like to respond to some of the vote no narratives that seem to mislead people here who come here unaware of the conflict. Just to clarify and put this into perspective, if we vote yes today, we're not voting to divest from Israeli companies and invest in companies that kill Israelis, whichever, if they exist. We are just voting yes, so SMU would be more representative of the student body, because whereas you, Israelis, have some companies where McGill invests to, we Arabs have no companies where McGill invests to. There are no exchanges in the Arab world. There is no funding whatsoever to the Arab world. This is a one-sided thing, and yes is just being neutral if you want to be neutral.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm a first-year law student, and I'm here to voice Feminist Collective from the McGill Law. As feminists, we stand in solidarity with the Palestine people. This is not anti-Semitism. This is not against Israeli people. This is not against their culture. This is about the 500 children that have been killed, statements about killing, raping Palestinian women, and homes being destroyed are concerns of the world as a whole. We support the BDS movement because Palestinian people's rights are being denied through ethnic cleansing, colonization, racial discrimination, and military occupation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Noam Blauer, Faculty of Arts. As a Jew, I find a lot of these denunciations of anti-Semitism that we've heard from the Yes Camp today to be inadequate at best and cowardly at worst. If you really believe in social justice, if you want to be a true ally to an historically oppressed people, you don't just denounce a system of oppression. Rather, you commit yourself to be active in the fight against it. Real allies would not talk extensively about the conflict and simply forget or fail to mention the clauses enshrined in the Charter of Hamas, which call for the slaughter of all Jews worldwide. Real allies would not ignore the call being made by the overwhelming majority of Jews who of any religious group are the #1 victims of hate crimes in the United States and Canada, and who are saying that they have seen rises in anti-Semitism wherever BDS has been adopted. If you're not prepared to be the kind of ally that the Jewish community needs, if you think that you know better than us about what is and what is not anti-Semitism, I urge you to reconsider your support for this motion.
Order! Thank you. Unfortunately, we've attained that 5-speaker limit that I've spoken to previously. Are there any motion at this time on the floor? There's a motion to call the question. Is it seconded by anyone? It's seconded by someone over there. Unfortunately, I have to ask all the speakers to go back to their seat. We're going to move into voting procedure. So, are everyone? Yes.
This is obviously a very contentious debate. There's lots of passions on both sides. I'd just like to propose a motion to vote by secret ballot, just so everyone feels that they can express themselves comfortably.
During the call to questions?
Exactly, so that the vote itself is...
No. Do you want for the procedure to go to vote?
The main vote, not the vote on the question.
Okay, we're going to do this after the call to question.
Okay, perfect.
Okay. It's now, so it's on there. Okay, so everyone take your seat. Is everyone? What's the? We have to wait for the delay. No abstention. Okay. Just to be clear, this did not change at all the result of the last call of the vote question, but to be clear, you shall not abstain for a procedural vote. This was a mistake made by the dais. It did not change at all the result of the previous vote, but for procedural matter, do not abstain from the vote. Simply vote yes or no. Clear? Okay, all the rooms are okay to vote? I can start the vote right now. Yeah, okay. So from now, you can't leave the room, but we're going to start the voting right away. All those in favor of calling the question at this time?
Okay, everybody pass down. These are yes votes.
Yeah. To make clear, right now we are voting to move to the vote on the main question, to stop the debate, just to be totally clear.
Is there any other votes for yes? Speak now. All right, we're going to start collecting no votes. Please raise your voting thing. Placard. Remember, there's no abstentions.
It's non-debatable. Just to be clear, it is non-debatable. But I have the paper.
Are there any remaining no votes? Wave them in the air.
Hello, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We're about to begin in 5 minutes, so if you want to use the restroom, this is the time to go. Lol, JK. We're starting now. Gotta hold it in. I mean, you can go, but like.
Sorry.
But we're starting.
787?
I wanted to give you guys 5 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're ready to get back to Omar. What's? No, but. We're not gonna start without him. No, we're not gonna start without him. Just like we're gonna. I just want to get like the motion on the floor. Okay. Like don't worry about this. It's gonna be fine. Okay. It's okay. I'm gonna deal with this. Don't worry about that. Okay. So the motion to call the question carries 787 to 29. Sorry, and it required 544 votes. We can recess for 5 minutes for this time, and get back to the vote and on the main motion. Okay. No, just go. Well, like, hey, fuck off. I'm dealing with this. Let me take care of this meeting. You've been trying from the beginning to take care of this meeting instead of letting me, okay? Show your muscle. Oh, if it's obvious, I don't have to count. Yes, if it's obvious, I'm not going to count on this. 787 to 29. No. 787 to 29. Yeah. 787. The last of 1,000 people. Well, the capacity, that's not me in charge of this. This is just movers. It's fast. Like, we could divide the questions that have been done before we call the question. Abstention never count on the. Divide the question you can. At this time, divide the question as before, so you debate the question separately. No, because you debate them into like. yours? Okay, someone asked me this, and I've answered the other. You asked me like the question, yes? Well, yes, I was wrong. Okay, so you're being. Okay, give us one more. I think we should. Well, I can't go to the washroom and pick them up, you know? If everyone could move to their seats so we can get back to business. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. Yeah. Sorry? No, we don't have enough hours for that. Okay, clarify this, and then I can give it to you. Okay. Okay, everyone in the back, we're going to get back to business, please. Okay, everyone. Now we've moved into voting procedures. So right now we can only. Are there any amendment? Yes, we're gonna hand back slowly the placards, and we are. Is there any motion right now as per the vote? Yeah.
Yeah, I'd motion to make this a secret ballot, wherein we do our votes written down and hand them in, so people can't see what we're voting.
Okay.
I think this is clearly contentious.
It's non-debatable, so that's why I don't want to allow. Yeah. So it only requires a majority of votes to move to a secret ballot. And as I said, is this motion seconded by anyone? Just to be clear. Okay. So
Can I just
we're gonna wait for everyone to have placards on this.
Can I just say something really small?
Yes, please.
Just really small? Yeah, I would just please vote yes to the secret ballot, no matter whether you're voting yes or no on the motion. I think people should feel safe to vote however they want. So yeah, please vote yes to this. Thank you.
And yeah, we're just handing back placards. As soon as it's done, we're just gonna vote on this. Yes. Yes. People with media. No, they have their people with black. Some people left. No, because these are all people who voted. So technically, like, okay. Well, will you go in the cab? Yeah. Okay. Everyone has placards. If you don't have a placards, please raise your hand. Okay, by a show of placards, all those in favor of moving to a secret ballot? All those opposed? Okay, just wait for like check in the cafeteria to see if this is the temperature in all the rooms. If so, I won't need to count them. If it passes, I want to wait just 2 seconds. Omar, can you ask Kareem? Can you ask him? I just wanted to show temperature to see if people, you know, like I want to, yeah, just cafeteria. Okay, so the motion carries. We're now going to move to a secret ballot. Staff members will pass to give a paper ballot in exchange of your placards. You may fill it, and then they're going to collect them. We're going to count them, and then we're going to give the result. Yeah, no one can talk or leave the room during this procedure. Please.
What about the people standing outside right now?
Like, you mean outside the building?
Like outside, there are still people like.
They're all back in the rooms.
But like, I think they were not being listened
you can. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, just to be clear, we're going to give you a ballot in exchange of your placards. Fill the ballot, fold it. We're going to collect them, count them. In the meantime, you cannot leave this room, and please stay silent.
Still holding the vote.
You don't have to write your name, ID, or anything on the ballot. Don't write anything on the ballot except yes, no, or abstention. If you write something, we can rule it like a scrapped vote. Sure. If you made a mistake, cross it out now. Don't write anything on the ballot. Don't write your name. Don't write anything else except ticking one of the boxes. Is that clear?
Okay, for the people in the other room, just to be clear, seeing there was an overwhelming majority of people in favor of moving to a secret vote, there was no need to count every single vote in all of the rooms. Don't worry, everything was done according to procedure, and now we're simply handing the votes to get to the main motion.
Is there anyone who has not yet received a secret ballot? Wave your hands in the air if you still have a placard.
No, it's just. Oh yeah, don't worry. I will read the question. I'm just waiting for everyone to have a ballot. No, not yet. I want to make sure everyone, the ballots in all the rooms are. Yeah, I want to read the question before. Okay, everyone, take your seat, please. Everyone, your seat. I'm simply going to reread the question that we're going to vote upon at this time before we collect the ballots, so you can vote accordingly. Be it resolved that the SSMU support campaigns associated with the BDS movement through the Office of the VP External, including the campaign to divest from corporations complicit in the occupation of the Palestinian territories. Be it resolved that the SSMU President lobbied the McGill Board of Governors in support of the BDS campaigns by reading a statement in support of divestment from companies profiting from violation of Palestinian human rights at all Board of Governors meetings, recommending no less than the complete divestment of holdings in such companies and implementation of an investment screen that would prevent future investments in similar companies, recommending no less than the complete divestment of holdings in such companies and implementation of an investment screen that would prevent future investment in similar companies. You may vote and fold your ballot, and we're going to just pass with the ballot box to hand them. I hope everyone in the other rooms heard that. If there's anything, please, some staff members come to the ballroom to let me know. In the meantime, please remain silent. Hi. My energy level right now is too high too. I think it went as well as it could. Honestly, like I'm feeling proud of myself. Like, you know, 2 hours on this, 3 hours.
Yeah, so I should have
Like this is fairly short of what I expected. You know, like at 6, everything's gonna be. This is gonna be handled, and then. But I'm kind of proud. I'm kind of proud. I think by 9 p.m. all the chiefs will be here. Please remain silent while we're collecting the votes.
so. I promise. Udita, are you a right-handy? Are you a lefty? Are you a lefty? Why is your... Okay.
No, but I have blind paper. I have like a notepad. No, it's fine. Okay.
Which room? What room on away? 20 in favor and how many votes? Second. Oh, sorry. Okay. And a percentage is only the people who voted abstain, so you don't include the total, right? Okay. 11. Made 11-1. Yeah, you get a group of votes and it makes all of a sudden there's a pattern. That is true. But I mean, you get questions of people who support each other in the group, and you collect the votes in a row. You know, so sorry. 2 digits, is that okay? Do you round up? Yeah. So as you see, I just need to merge these down here. Yeah, these are yes. Okay, so these are the yes votes for room 108. That's the percentage. I'll separate them into columns right now, just so it's which room?
Kareem?
Okay.
If anybody still has a ballot that they haven't put in the box, please raise your hand so Omar can find you. Thanks. We also want to thank you all for your patience in this matter. We know that distributing the paper ballot is not the easiest thing, so really thank you all for being here and waiting along with us.
I would love to, like...
Yeah, no, I am done. I'm waiting for the votes. So yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you're waiting for the values. Yeah. Yep. Yep. And any exceptions? So yes. Sorry. Yeah. So like, are there more votes to come? Like we can. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Understood. So I can add in copy. What's the appointment you just said? I'm happy to help. That's like I wish I could.
Actually, this only happened like an hour ago when
Oh, well, the one I posted was the red one.
Oh.
Yeah, nobody's...
Never mind, I don't want
Yeah, it's a mystery to me, like, why? No, it's red. No, it's red. Yeah.
I don't. There's like 6 black monkeys. I don't want that.
It's like this, it's like this color almost exactly. How are you? Just anticipating the move. Yeah.
Let me know when you're ready. 26. Yep. Yep. $74 yes for Gertz. Okay, student lounge. Okay, so I have student lounge, clubs, lounge. Gertz was 74 yes, 26 no, 0 abstentions. Okay, I've got room 108. I don't have the CAF. I don't have Perron. I don't have Buckman. I don't have Ballroom.
We got a yes motion.
that includes all three?
No, that's just
Okay.
voting.
Okay, so why did you want to combine all three of the questions? Sorry.
No, half.
So CAF, Bachman, CAF, Matt, okay. I'm just trying to think of the best way to display that without making it confusing. Okay, I could do this, like, emergencies, and delete all that.
I want to call them vote safe.
Cool.
So these are all here. And these are the ones that have been voted.
I asked about the votes.
We're going to go check. I'm going to go help with the cafeteria.
I'll help too, so that sounds not right. Yeah, I'm just kidding. That didn't work out very well. I don't trust it enough. Sorry. You want to see the total yeses and nos? I can't. Yeah. Dude, yeah. Please cover that. Plus. Oh, that's why. Okay. I need something else. How's that? That is true. Yeah, sorry. Then divided by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Divided by 6. Well, technically, that's a percentage of yes votes. That's no vote.
No, I have some.
Yeah, my feet. Yeah, yeah. 116.
I don't know why, like, it doesn't seem like they're team.
Yeah, yeah, I know that, yeah. 208, yes. I need to make it more visible without being like, that's okay. And then this is gonna apply to a lot of things. It's just, how do you like it there? I got 116 total.
Okay, sounds good.
Next up's what?
Divide by 0.
Oh, yeah. It would be equal E6. That's my top part. I think not
On the record and knowledge.
Yeah.
I know, but my reaction.
I am sure that this is something. What? Yes. As you can see, it sums only the numbers of each column, and then same both over there, and then it takes the division of it. Okay, good.
You're back here? Yeah, this is like what's been happening the entire time.
Oh, it's a bigger way merged.
Yeah, it takes so long.
No, I appreciate that because this is huge, and that's the he's doing right now.
Because
He's right. No, he's doing it. Huh?
512.
Yep. I guess if you just do the whole thing, it could be, I'm just always skeptical to do like
our school, like called Canary Mission. And Canary Mission, what it is, so what it is like a database of like pro-Palestine activists. It's made by Zionists or whatever. Put their
Could everyone take their seat? We have finished to count the ballots.
So just before we announce the results, everybody, the speaker will be discussing some logistical things, but just a quick reminder that understandably, because this is the reason for which a lot of people came tonight, please remember that regardless of what the results dictate, to be respectful of one another. We are still a community that care about one another, regardless of what has prompted this discussion to be here today. So please embody that in your departure and in how you treat each other. And thank you.
From a logistical standpoint, please remember there's still some items on the agenda, and it would be nice to have quorum to discuss these items. So the way this is going to go, once the result of the vote is known, I'm going to recess for 20 minutes so people who want to leave can leave, and it doesn't end into like people trampling each other's. So if you want to stay, remain in the rooms where you are right now. If rooms are emptied upstairs, some staff members will let you know, like I'm talking about the overflow rooms. we will let you know if you can come up or if you stay where you are right now. As I'm saying this, just to remember the item on the agenda we have. Let me just find my agenda. So we have a motion regarding the procurement of products containing conflict minerals, a motion regarding an increase in indigenous content at McGill University, a discussion regarding a proposal for a smoking policy, and the report of all the executive. Oh, and the other one, because it still has to be added to the agenda, requiring 2/3. Don't worry. Okay, so as I'm saying this, I want to thank you all for the great discussion we had tonight. I can feel attention. So, with all the votes counted, the motion carries 512 to 357 with 14 abstention. So the motion carries. Please, order. Order, everyone, please. As said, we're going to get back to business at 6:35.
It's a win for all of us.
It's 512, 357. Yes. And 14. Abstention. Sorry? What? Absent. Just a reminder to everyone that all the motions approved at the GA still needs to be ratified by all the members of SMU through an online referendum. Just to repeat, all the motion approved at the GA will need to be ratified by a vote online of the membership. I broke it.
The pretty one.
So I broke my. Broke it.
On the same fucking week, the Canadian pilot was down.
I need a cigarette now.
Go.
You want to go now?
Congratulations. Congratulations. Oh.
Yeah, but Ryan told me something about wanting this to be. Yeah, I agree.
I come up where you are?
Hi, everybody. Just so you know, we're going to be beginning in a few minutes. So if you want to take your seats, once again, just a few minutes before we begin the rest of the General Assembly. Thanks.
Cream? 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 Do we have quorum? Could everyone sit down, please? We're going to check if we have quorum to... Sure, I just need to make sure we have quorum. I'm not sure yet. I think
Omar, can you count quorum?
Yep. So we do have quorum. Okay. Okay. Okay, since we have quorum, thank you everyone for staying for the rest of the GA. The next item that we have on the agenda is the motion regarding the procurement of products containing conflict minerals. Yes.
Hello? Whoa, jeez. Okay. Could we move to add a point to the agenda or add a motion to the agenda?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So, I'm Cadence, U3 Arts.
I'm Alice, U2 Arts.
We'd like to move to add a motion from the floor. The reason this motion is late is because of the extensive consultation process that was going on with the women title holders, who is a group of women who this motion is essentially regarding their grievances, and so that's the reason that this motion is late. So the motion is called Motion Regarding Support for the Gatuyon Jaguanio, which means the women title holders of the land, the Ganustan Sara Mothers of the Nation, who hold title on behalf of the present and future owners not yet born, Dehari Gonsatari, which means the faces of our babies beneath the ground who are coming to us. Whereas the SMU Constitution, should I read this now?
No, wait.
No? Okay, sorry.
So the motion was brought to me a bit earlier, like yesterday, and this was ruled like in order according to our documents. So to be added to the agenda this time, it only requires a 2/3 majority of the assembly, so it can be discussed later on the agenda at point G, where it is right now. Yes. Oh, people don't have placards. Okay. So we're just gonna hand placards to everyone to make sure. Everyone has placards? Okay, please get back to your seats. Okay. All those in favor of adding this item to the agenda? All those opposed? Seeing few, one, the motion carries. So let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the motion. Sorry. The motion regarding the procurement of products containing conflict minerals by SMU. Whereas the Student Society of McGill University has a clear commitment to sustainable and ethical practices. Whereas the conflict in the Democratic Republic of Congo has been the source of ongoing violence for decades, particularly heightened since the Rwandan genocide. Whereas the illegal exploitation of four minerals, in particular tin, tungsten, tantalum, and gold, has funded armed violence in eastern Congo. Whereas a study found that 2008 armed groups were estimated to have earned $185 million from the conflict mineral trade, whereas the electronics industry is a primary purchaser of conflict minerals and has the power to disrupt the funding to armed groups, whereas in 2014 nearly 3/4 of mines in tin, tantalum, and tungsten mines in surveyed location were reported to no longer be controlled by armed groups, whereas McGill requires that its main electronics providers be part of the Electronics Industry Citizenship Coalition, implying that they also have access to be part of the Conflict Sourcing Initiative, which is an initiative that offers resources for companies to address conflict minerals in their supply chain, whereas the Conflict-Free Campus Initiative is a student-led nonprofit branch of the Enough Project that aims to support peace in Congo by encouraging companies to source conflict-free minerals from Congo and the region, whereas the Conflict-Free Campus Initiative and the Enough Project is a nonprofit organization offers information regarding the steps that companies are taking to end their use of conflict minerals, whereas the Financial Ethics Research Committee is a committee of the SSMU Legislative Council responsible for reviewing the ethical nature of the society's transaction, whereas the FERC is currently developing a purchasing policy and associated supplier database to outline what suppliers are acceptable for the society to purchase from. Be it resolved that the SSMU declares itself as a part of the Conflict-Free Campus Initiative. Be it further resolved that the SSMU FERC update its purchasing guidelines to include consideration of the extent to which electronics suppliers are making efforts to source conflict-free minerals from Congo for their products. Be it further resolved that the FERC update the ethical investment plan to include the use of conflict minerals as a negative factor for consideration and to include the use of conflict-free minerals from the Congo as a positive factor for consideration, referred to as negative screens and positive screens, respectively, in the ethical investment plan. Be it further resolved that in determining whether a supplier is acceptable, the Financial Ethics Research Committee considered the efforts that the supplier has made to source conflict-free minerals from Congo for its products by consulting resources such as the supplier's policies and SEC fillings where applicable. Be it further resolved that the SSMU call on electronic companies and other industries to implement the necessary steps to remove conflict minerals from their supply chain. Be it further resolved that the SSMU issue a statement on its website supporting the sourcing of conflict-free minerals from Congo, and that the statement include what action the SSMU will take to support this fight. This is moved by a member from the Faculty of Arts, by VP Houston, by Councillor Templer, by Councillor Trick, by Councillor Ning, and by Councillor Kingzet. Would one of the mover want to motivate on this? 1 second.
Stein, U2 Arts. The motion regarding the procurement of products containing conflict minerals by SSMU aims to clarify SSMU's commitment to ethical investment. A large percentage of electronics, such as laptops and cell phones, contain minerals from the Democratic Republic of Congo. The Congo is one of the largest suppliers of minerals essential to our technology in the world. For example, it produces 30 to 50% of the world's tantalum. However, it's also one of the most conflict-ridden countries on Earth, and the economic networks established around the Second Congo War ensured that profits from this natural wealth benefited violent rebel groups rather than the Congolese people. The profits from mining sustain and incentivize the deadliest conflict since World War II. However, there's currently movement on university campuses to encourage electronics companies to clean up their supply chains. By joining the Conflict-Free Campus Initiative, SSMU would be sending a clear message to companies that there's a demand for ethically produced products and transparent supply chains. I hope you'll vote yes on this motion.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote. Just raise your placards. All those in favor of approving the question? All those opposed? Seeing none, this carries. Thank you, the motion carries. Let's move to the next item on the agenda. which is the motion regarding an increase in Indigenous content at McGill University. Why do I have two motions instead of this? I don't know, they're both the same. Eileen, there's two motions exactly the same on the Google Doc. There's two motions for the increase. Okay. Well, I don't know which one is the most recent. Okay, so motion for an increase in Indigenous content at McGill University. Whereas the SSMU acknowledges that McGill University is located on traditional Ganyangaga territory, whereas the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has released their calls to action, including 10. We call on the federal government to draft new Aboriginal education legislation with the full participation and informed consent of Aboriginal peoples. The new legislation would include a commitment to sufficient funding and would incorporate the following principles. Number 3, developing culturally appropriate curricula. Number 62, we call upon the federal, provincial, and territorial governments in consultation and collaboration with survivors, Aboriginal peoples, and educators to provide necessary funding to post-secondary institutions to educate teachers on how to integrate Indigenous knowledge and teaching methods into classrooms. Whereas several Canadian universities, including the University of Winnipeg, Lakehead University, and the University of Regina, have already committed to an Indigenous course requirement. Whereas the SSMU has created an Indigenous Affairs Coordinator position, which includes coordinating advocacy efforts for Indigenous students and interests within SSMU and McGill. Be it resolved that the Office of the Vice President, University Affairs, lobby the university for an increase in the hiring of Indigenous professors in all faculties at the university. Be it resolved that the Office of the Vice President, University Affairs, lobby the university for an increase in the number of Indigenous studies and Indigenous language courses offered, as well as the creation of a major in Indigenous studies. Be it resolved that the SSMU express its support on its website, via Twitter, and via Facebook for mandatory Indigenous content for or Indigenous Studies course requirement in all undergraduate programs at McGill University within a reasonable amount of time, taking into account the university's capacity to offer Indigenous content. Be it resolved that the Office of the Vice President, University Affairs, with the university faculty and administration, design and plan for the implementation of the mandatory Indigenous content or Indigenous Studies course requirement after sufficient teaching resources are available through the use of a committee including but not limited to elders, Indigenous community members, and faculty to approve courses for the requirement. And be it further resolved that the Office of the Vice President, University Affairs, publish a progress report on developments regarding the implementation of this motion at each of the next 2 General Assemblies. This is moved by NDP McGill, Valérie Olivier, and Erin Sobat, Sean Taylor, and Kareem Ibrahim, and Chloe Rourke, Vice President, University Affairs. Would one of the mover want to motivate this motion at this time?
Hello, Jacob.
Can you turn the mic and, yeah.
Thanks. Jacob Schweda, third year law, on behalf of NDP McGill. This is a motion to take a modest step forward at McGill, which currently only employs 1 full-time Indigenous professor. It accepts the idea that we should be a part of the Truth and Reconciliation process as an institution and as a community, and asks SSMU to become a champion for increasing the number of professors, but also the number of content and classes available for all students. And then sets out to explore the idea of a mandatory component only when McGill is ready, when McGill can offer enough courses, with the recognition that we don't currently have a great selection of things. So this is a relatively modest step forward, but it's one we think that it's essential for our community, and we hope that you'll vote in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote. With your placards, all those in favor of approving the motion? All those opposed? The motion carries. Thank you. Yes? Order, please. Order.
I'd like to motion to move the item G up about, like, to switch F and G.
Okay.
If possible.
What's the motivation?
Just because I think that there will be more energy for, or I don't know. thought this out. I don't know. I just really want to get to the vote for the motion.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, this requires a 2/3 majority to be moved to move the order of the agenda. So all those in favor of moving the order of the agenda? All those opposed? Okay, seeing none, this carries. Let's move to this motion. Nope, that's BDS.
Would you like us to read it, or would you prefer?
I prefer to read it if you don't mind, but do you want to?
If you want, that's fine. Great.
No, please, go ahead. I'll let you read it if you want to.
Okay. Whereas the SSMU Constitution states
Please.
that... Oh, sorry.
No, just everyone, quiet to listen to the speakers.
Motion regarding support for the Gation Jagwanio, the women title holders of the land, the Ganyustan Sera, mothers of the nation, who hold title on behalf of the present and future owners not yet born, Dehari Gonsatari, which means the faces of our babies beneath the ground who are coming to us. Whereas the SSMU Constitution states that the SSMU commits to demonstrating leadership in matters of human rights and social justice. Whereas the SSMU publicly acknowledges that McGill University is located on unceded Ganyaga territory, which is the land of the Haudenosaunee or the Iroquois. Whereas McGill University was built without the consent of the women, borrowing Six Nations Trust Funds money in 1850, which was not returned to the nations. Whereas McGill University, because it is situated on unceded Ganyaga, is governed by the Haudenosaunee Constitution, the Gayanaragoa, which is the Great Law of Peace, which is the law of Great Turtle Island.
Whereas McGill University violates the Gayanaragoa by conducting deadly military research on campus. Whereas on September 12, 2015, the women of the land presented McGill University with a notice of seizure demanding that McGill, 1, cease and desist immediately the invasion, trespassing, and exploitation of Ungawanagera Rasa, their homeland. 2, respect the principles of the Deohade two-row agreement when the newcomers agreed to never interfere with the free use and enjoyment of their homelands as the basis of the relationship between the Ungwe Hunwe, the natural people of the land, and the newcomers. And 3, return the land which they do not want destroyed and funds to rectify the wrongs of the past and move forward, as the Ungwe Hunwe must be free so the goodness of the great peace following creation's design can be shared with everybody. Whereas McGill has ignored the invitation of the Gati Hunjagwaniho to formally discuss the notice of seizure and has not issued an official public response and met in any of the demands. Be it resolved that the SSMU, particularly through the Office of the VP External and President, lobby and otherwise pressure the McGill administration to meet with the Gati Hunjagwaniho as per their request. Be it resolved that the SSMU, primarily through the Office of the VP External, support the Gati Hunjagwaniho in carrying out their duties as stated in the notice of seizure through methods including but not limited to education, publicity, funds, and material support. Be it further resolved that the SSMU undertake the above resolutions with the guidance and approval of the Gati Hunjagwaniho.
Thank you. So this is moved by petition. Would one of the mover want to motivate this motion at this time?
Sure. So this motion comes after several months of discussion and consultation between some McGill students and the Gatiun Jagwanio, the women title holders of the land, who are frustrated by the lack of response from McGill and the the lack of respect for their notice of grievances to McGill. And so the students who are moving this motion hope to both remind students who are here, thank you for staying, that this is an ongoing issue, that McGill has an ongoing colonial context, and that our university is, while implicated in colonial situations abroad, is also very much at the center of one here. And so, this is the reason that we're moving this motion. We want SSMU to take an active role in pressuring McGill to resolve this in whatever way possible, and do that along with the guidance and approval of the women themselves.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this motion?
Ralph Haddad, U4 Arts. As a Palestine activist myself, I think it's really important to give justice to indigenous people on their land and acknowledge their existence. And I think this motion, be it symbolic or not, goes a long way in doing that. And I really commend the writers of this motion for that. So please vote yes on this motion. Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak tonight. I'd like to mention that I am the coordinator of the Indigenous Student Alliance at McGill University. I'm also the vice president of the ACES chapter at McGill University, which is the American Indian Science and Engineering Society. And I also sit on the Ivy Native Council, which is a nonprofit organization which includes students from all across the Ivies, as well as McGill and MIT, who are Indigenous students. I'd like to point out that there was no consultation with the Indigenous Student Alliance at McGill University in the making of this motion. I actually hadn't heard of it until earlier today when I got an email from Amuse, since I used to work at SEED. And I feel that this lack of consultation is just a perpetuation of colonial problems that have been happening at this university. And in fact, since this wasn't publicized online, because we actually didn't think that it was going to happen, the Indigenous Student Alliance did not have a chance to respond to it and did not have a chance to organize ourselves here tonight. Consequently, I am the only person who is here. And I would like to say, please vote no for now.
Thank you.
My name is Ashley Bach, and I'm in the Faculty of Science in my 4th year.
Yes.
Do I need to state my name? Okay. Alice, U2 Arts. So the reason why this motion got brought so late and wasn't publicized was because we weren't sure it would be in the agenda yet, for the very reason that all of it from beginning to end, the editing, the writing, the approval was done with the approval of the Gati Hun Chagwaniho. So the women caretakers of the land have been in dialogue with the students who brought forth this motion and have participated in editing it and have asked us to bring it forth and are fully supporting it. For these reasons, I do acknowledge that it was done very hastily and that we did not have time to publicize it or spread it to students further. But as the motion very specifically pertains to these women, I'd just like to state that all the dialogue and the approval and the writing of the motion was done with them, and the motion concerns these women.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this motion?
Hello, sorry. Someone just told me that I'm allowed to speak twice on this. So in response to that, I'd just like to say that even though there has been consultation with certain women, mainly from Ganawage, as far as I know, did not hear about a community consultation within Ganawage. In fact, one of the women in charge of this is considered to be very controversial in her writings because she often doesn't receive backing from the Mohawk Council of Ganawage, and also even within her own writings on her website, the Indigenous Student Alliance is unable to fully back what she's saying, mainly because of the lack of support from her own community.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this?
Hi, Cadence U3 Arts again. I'd just like to say that I fully appreciate the feedback from the Indigenous Student Alliance, and I truly do apologize that there wasn't a better consultative process within McGill. But I do just want to note that from my perspective as a settler student at McGill, when we were approached by the Gatiun Jagwinio, who asked us to bring forth this motion, it was with the understanding that it was not our role to engage in a consultative process in the community, that would not be our place, and that rather the women title holders brought forth a request to us and that we were going to respect that request. I understand that it's a complex situation, but I do feel that it's still an important motion to bring forth. And I would just like to also explain that, you can see in the be it resolved clauses that this is not resolving that there be any sure resolution of the situation, but rather that the women be able to meet with McGill and have their opinions respected just as anyone else would in any other situation. So, yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Anyone else wants to speak on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we can move to a vote. Placards, yes? I just did. Well, if someone wants to speak on one side or the other, they would like to do so.
Nader, Faculty of Law. Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to know if we could perhaps maybe suspend the rules to allow speakers to speak more than twice.
It seems to be.
Because I think it's in the. I mean.
Yeah.
All those in
favors of suspending the rule to let speakers speak more than twice. All those opposed. Okay, seeing none, this carries. If any speaker wants to address the assembly again, they may wish to do so.
Zara, U3 Arts. I just have a question regarding, in regards to the representative from the Indigenous Student Alliance. Is there, because personally I'm not very aware on either the methodology that was used in bringing forth this motion or just its contents. And from I'm aware of its contents because I'm reading it, but as far as the content of the motion goes, is there any, I would like to know if there's any opposition to it from the representative of the Indigenous Student Alliance as far as the substance of the motion goes, and why would that be? Thank you.
Mainly, I haven't been able to consult, sorry, I'm too short for this. I haven't been able to consult everyone within the Indigenous Student Alliance on this topic, so I can't necessarily speak for all of them in this case. However, myself personally, we have received lashback, we have received, we're subject to prejudice and other rather undesirable things due to the nature of specifically the woman in question in this motion. She does not give us a good look at McGill University, and we already have enough struggles to deal with, and this is not something that we want to have further working against us. And additionally, mainly because of the lack of consultation and the lack of notice about this, and also from the one person that I do know who has consulted with the people behind this motion, saying no to it and advising her to talk to Indigenous students. I believe that we should be voting no to this, or at least postponing it for further general assemblies so that it can have proper time to be consulted.
Thank you.
Heather, U3 Arts. I just wanted to bring to light or point out again the fact that the women who were consulted from Six Nations, it wasn't just Gontanita, the women in question about whom there are some contentious thoughts, that it was done in consultation with multiple women title holders of the land and groups on students since September, and it's not just coming from this one woman, but a community of women. Furthermore, the McGill administration has a history of being incredibly difficult to meet with or talk to or create dialogue with about these things, about a lot of contentious issues, in terms of their silencing or ignoring students and advocating groups on campus. So I think it's really important that we just acknowledge that this motion is to pressure the McGill administration to acknowledge Indigenous voices on campus as well and engage in dialogue. We also, I think folks bringing forward this motion condemn racism, condemn any anti-Indigenous sentiment, and that's also really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I let the next speaker, are there any motion at this time that people would like to address regarding incidental motion? Nope. Sorry, there was.
Hello, my name is Chris, U3 Arts. I identify as a Haulana white settler. I'm also a co-coordinator of Canada McGill Indigenous Studies Journal and Community. We ourselves are in a process of change and kind of rectifying that we have not had enough and ongoing consultation with the Indigenous Student Alliance and the minority population of Indigenous students that get accepted and stay at McGill. So while I fully want to support this motion. I think that we should maybe just postpone it to have like ongoing consultation with the existing Indigenous student population and the people that are more directly involved with McGill. Like I think the sentiments of the motion are like very strong and very necessary. I just think more relationship building and consultation might be necessary, and I just want to echo Ashley's concerns. Thank you.
Are you moving to postpone the discussion on this to the next General Assembly?
Sure, I can do that, sure.
You can do that. So you're moving it. Anyone second this intention? Okay. So we can now we can discuss whether or not the merit of postponing this this motion to the next General Assembly. Would anyone want to speak specifically on this? Yes.
So Alice, U2 Arts. So I'd like to second postponing the motion because clearly it needs more discussion, and I'm sorry that it wasn't brought forth with more consultation. But just to make it clear that the issues here stated are an ongoing process and has been ongoing for months, that the McGill administration has been ignoring the women caretakers of McGill's land. And so I'm more inviting the GA to support these women in their own ways and to engage in dialogue and to come together to further discuss this and promote it, and hopefully see you at a further GA with more consultation and pass this motion again in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. So anyone else wants to speak on this motion? Okay, seeing none, we're going to move to a vote to postpone this item to the 2016 Fall General Assembly of SSMU. All those in favor of postponing? Yeah. Excuse me? You want to say if it's friendly? Yeah. Well, friendly is more for the content itself. If to postpone, that was your question? Yes. Okay. So friendly is for the content itself when you want to amend it, but to postpone it is the motion is on the table for it. It belongs to the assembly now, so it's the assembly's choice to decide whether or not they want to vote on it right now or to postpone it. So, okay. All those in favor of postponing this motion? All those opposed? Okay, seeing 3, it carries. Let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the discussion on the smoking policy proposal discussion. This, are you putting the PowerPoints on? Yeah. Okay, I'm going to cap this discussion to 15 minutes. This can be extended to 5 or 10 more minutes if the assembly so wishes.
Okay, I don't want, unless someone asks, I won't switch to it. And I'm probably going to flip through it pretty quickly. So. Okay. Okay. So I'm about to begin.
Okay, order, please.
Yeah. Okay, so the Smoking on Campus Working Group was struck in response to a number of student concerns, particularly in terms of secondhand smoke on certain areas of campus, notably outside like the Red Path Library. So a group of students, some student senators, myself, and then members at large came together basically to look at this issue in more depth and maybe propose some solutions to sort of mitigate these effects and mitigate these concerns. So I'll try to move through this as quickly as possible so we can get to the discussion. Basically, as a disclaimer, many of the students involved in the working group are professional students and many of them are non-smokers. We're doing our best to try and get as many smoker opinions or opinions of smokers into consideration. We've done a lot of focus groups and we are trying to get a balanced approach to this. Essentially, we want to not promote this idea that smoking is a choice because we understand that it's harmful and it's an addiction, and ensure that people that are talking about this issue are sensitive to that fact, and that everyone's concerns on either side of this issue should be treated with respect.
Okay, people in the room, please quiet down and let the speaker and listen to the speaker. Thank you.
Okay, so you can skip through this. Or not all of it, but that one slide. But basically, in response to these concerns, we released a Google survey, and we received several hundred responses to that Google survey, in which we asked students a number of questions, like whether or not they believe that secondhand smoke was a problem on campus, and what would they be interested in seeing as a solution to address this. One solution that was proposed was a smoking shelter, as well as like increasing education resources and cessation resources. As well, we asked the question of if you were in favor of a smoke-free campus. Overwhelmingly, all those questions received like a very strong yes response. So we're not sure if it was a bias in the survey itself, but there was definitely like a need to look at this further, because students seem to be very much in support of eventually moving to a smoke-free campus, but also like implementing these harm reduction measures in the interim. And they also very much agreed that smoking was a problem on campus. Notably, they also talked a lot about the fact that like certain students had asthma or like migraines that were triggered by smoke on campus, and that like for them, like going to and from the library or like passing through like OSD in that underway was really inaccessible for them. And we really want to take those concerns seriously and like ensure that they're considered moving forward. I think that you're going to see, like, as we go through the presentation, there's also like the other kinds of comments that we got, which were like, please don't move towards a smoke-free campus. Like, smoking is important to me. Like, I need it when I'm stressed out during exams. Like, don't make me walk like 5 minutes and make me even more stressed out. So we're trying to keep those both concerns into consideration. So the proposal that we've brought forward so far includes an education campaign that just like increases awareness of like some maybe the like less known facts about smoking, like notably the facts about like its impact on your mental health and like intersection between smoking and addiction and mental illness. Increasing cessation and harm reduction resources, so increasing like drugs that are available for people to stop quitting through the health clinic, and also trying to look at ways in which cessation counseling could be available to help people quit if they wish to quit. And then the last one was smoking shelters. So people have asked me, like, what do they look like? They basically look like bus shelters, and they would shelter people from like passerbys from secondhand smoke. They would create like a clear designated smoking area in the winter. It would also provide some shelter to the wind, and they'd be placed in like strategic areas that would be like designated smoking areas. In the summer, they would be used as bike racks. So they look like that. Great. And there'll be some like strategic locations that we've sort of picked out with the university across campus where they would be hopefully installed if funding can be secured. So there was a lot of disagreement in the survey also on whether or not smoking shelters should be a permanent solution or like a temporary fix as a part of a transition to a smoke-free campus. So that's one of the things we really want to talk about here and hear your input on whether or not you believe if you're in support of a smoke-free campus. This has been something that's like very polarized, but also like, are you in favor of the other proposals as they currently stand? I think you can skip through the rest. Notably, a number of other university campuses have moved towards a smoke-free campus with relative degrees of success, and they have, by and large, shown to reduce overall smoking rates on campus. So they have been successful. It has been done at other universities, mostly through like a long-term transition plan. And yeah, here's just information about the survey. There's over 600 responses, and we don't know how many responses were smokers or non-smokers. We didn't ask that question. And yeah, I think you can skip through the rest. Basically, those are just the statistics I talked about. Like, they're overwhelmingly in favor for pretty much all the responses. Okay, cool. I think you can probably end the presentation. I want to leave room for discussion and people to voice their opinions. But first, I'll take any questions. And also, Josh here is on the University Health and Safety Committee. So he's met with the university to discuss this proposal, talk about like what it would mean in terms of funding and logistics. So if you have any questions, we're happy to take them, and then we'll leave it open to you guys to discuss it and give your feedback.
Thank you. Does anybody want to come up for questions? Is that a point, or do you want to come up for a question? Point of information. Yeah, go ahead. Just a question.
Hi, you two arts.
Your name?
Masha. I just wanted to ask how exactly were you planning for the funding? Just how logistically it would work.
Okay, I'll
I'll just leave that there. I'm assuming you're asking funding for the smoking shelters, right? Yes. Yeah. So the funding for the smoking shelters has actually been found. There was a surplus in the Gardens and Grounds budget this year, and that's actually where they found money to build these smoking shelters.
And also, we were looking into whether or not like existing insurance plans can cover like counseling and the drugs for the cessation resources as well.
This is more a question for her or whoever's controlling the slides. Can I see the picture of the shelter again? Like, is it like fully closed with like a door like the bus stations are?
Yeah. I mean, there's many different models of the smoking shelter. We kind of just like picked a random one to give people a visual image of it, but like we're really happy to like look at different models and like take suggestions. Like it doesn't have to be this exact smoking shelter that looks remarkably like a bus stop.
And there's also talk of actually outsourcing this to architecture as a design project so that we could have an intersection with the curriculum at McGill.
If you have a question, you can just come up to the mic and line up.
Penny is U2 Arts. Yeah, so I was just like wondering if we have, because like we know that our university doesn't have enough money. So I was wondering if we have the surplus, why don't we have more doctors or like another psychiatrist, or like if you're like so concerned with accessibility, I don't know. I feel like if you're like focusing on people's behaviors, it's kind of like part of like we're like pathologizing people's lives. And like why, if you're like so concerned with accessibility, why are we like there's so many buildings that are inaccessible on campus? Like why is this not? I don't know. I just like why is this focus not on having more ramps or elevators? Yeah.
So that's a definitely good question, and it's always a matter of kind of like budget priorities. I don't think it's fair to say just because there's like money area in this budget, like it can be automatically transferred to just like increase the psychologists or psychiatrists in mental health. Like it's budget's a little bit more complicated than that because they're two very different budgets and different like units within the university, and like also like this is a one-off expense, whereas like increasing the number of psychologists and psychiatrists is a salary that you'd pay year after year. So it's not like it's hard to compare things directly. But like that definitely is a good point that like there should be increased funds allocated towards creating a more accessible campus physically, and there's an access capital working group that reviews projects that are for increasing accessibility, but they don't have like as many funds as they would need on an ongoing basis to truly address all the problems on campus, and that's definitely a concern that we're also looking into. But like the cost of smoking shelters are relatively marginal in comparison to like major renovations of very old buildings, if that makes sense. Yeah, but it's like definitely a question of priorities. I don't know if I answered all the questions or if you had something to add.
Yeah, I think more than anything it comes down to the fact that unfortunately the budget is really segregated into different divisions. Unfortunately the budget is really segregated into different sections of the university, so it's hard to move that money around sometimes as much as it would be great. That's been
You have a question?
Yes, or I have, I'd like to clarify something. Is that allowed? My name is Alice Gauntly. I'm a U3 art student, and I'm also an employee with Healthy McGill, who I noticed you were mentioned on your slides a couple of times. The Healthy McGill mandate is we try to look for a really broad and inclusive definition of what healthy means for everyone on campus. And we are really excited that you want to partner with us or discuss partnering with us in doing this. But you know, we haven't really had a lot of dialogue between us yet, and we do still have some reservations on our side in terms of how this would line up with our mandate of harm reduction. So I just wanted to like clarify that we're really happy to discuss with you like how this is going to work, but I just wanted to make sure that like seeing our name on the slides let people know that doesn't necessarily mean that we're wholly interested in the idea of a smoke-free campus. We're really excited about the idea of more smoking cessation programs for people who do want that, or more general tobacco education awareness as we do our kind of general drug and alcohol awareness campaign, but we always try to do that in a harm reduction way. So just, we're gonna talk with you more. I know we're gonna be part of that consultation process, but just I noticed our name on the slides, and we're not really at this time supportive of like a fully smoke-free campus.
Yeah, can I clarify to you? Just like to know, like we are not, like SMU is definitely, or this working group is not endorsing a smoke-free campus. We're really just feeling that there's an obligation to ask the question because so many students are in favor of it. And also the partnership with Healthy McGill was mostly in regards to the education campaigns, in which like we very much would want your help in terms of like crafting a message, because that's what you guys do best. But like, yes, thank you for that point, and we'll try to make it clear in the future that like it's only regards to like partnering you with the education side of it, and not to like see that you're endorsing the whole proposal.
Okay, thank you.
I'm Dan Snyder from the law faculty. I just want to voice my support for this conversation, and that I think part of the problem is that security doesn't have the means or resources to enforce the current regulations. So for those of us that want to avoid secondhand smoke, we don't necessarily want to go for a full smoke-free campus, and probably it might be fairly cheap to do that, but it actually costs money to go for the middle ground. But my point is that if we go for some halfway steps here, so like a smoking shelter, that could be a temporary thing in going towards a smoke-free campus, but that could be something for a referendum. So I'm definitely in support of this as a temporary measure. Thanks.
Hey there, Ben, U2 Environment. Can I just make a comment about something that was brought up in a previous point? Is that all right? Sure, yeah. Someone brought up why we don't hire more doctors and physicians and stuff like that. It's not just a problem with the budget, it's also a problem with space. Currently there just isn't the room and offices available for those sorts of things, so not just money that's the problem.
Hi, Amy, you too. I was thinking, like, I think this comes from a very good place, especially when talking about like providing cessation services for students who do want to quit smoking. However, the smoking shelters, obviously this is just like I guess prototype is the word to use, but it seems like they're very small and very kind of scattered throughout the campus. So like if we're talking about inclusivity and making this campus accessible for everyone, obviously we do need to think about how smoking affects students negatively, but we also need to consider the fact that students also have a right to smoke if they're feeling stressed, I mean, whatever reason they have, and it seems like this maybe isn't the best way to do it. So like my question mainly is like, do you plan on like maybe making more shelters in more places, or is that just not a thing?
I think one of the biggest things to note about this entire proposal is that it's really just a starting point. We're trying to get the conversation going, and there's definitely going to be a lot more further consultation with the various stakeholders in the future. So whether that's determining the placement or the quantity of shelters, or actually the timeline for moving from shelters to a smoke-free campus if we feel like we want to go that way.
Okay, thanks.
But also thank you for your feedback, because it's a pilot project and it's useful to know this.
Yeah, hearing everything is fantastic. That's what this is all about.
Penny's U2 Arts. Yeah, I just have like 3 more points. I feel like these shelters could be very stigmatizing. Like, I don't smoke regularly, but if I do, I don't want to go into a shelter. Like, even like somebody that smokes doesn't want all this smoke like around them, and like you can't even have a conversation because like there are gonna be like I don't know how many people there. So I don't know. Yeah, and so that's one thing. Also, not everyone wants to quit, so I feel like that hasn't been, like I was like, as I was like going through the slides from the town hall, like I feel like there was like this like binary between like people who want to quit or like people who don't smoke and people who smoke and want to quit, but like that is really false. And also, I think we like need to like think about who's going to be like affected by this, because like I was like going through some statistics, and like 50% of queer people smoke. So like if this is going to be, if you're going to have a smoke-free campus, like who is actually going to be affected mostly? Like what? Like if you're like going to like negatively affect already marginalized populations, and yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Should I like mention? Sorry, I know I said like, yeah. The first thing was like I think that shelters are really stigmatizing.
Do you want me to respond to that, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. I mean.
Sorry. Oh, you had an answer. Sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, I didn't think it was a question, but I welcome that feedback, and I think it's really important, and like maybe that can be factored into the design of the shelters. But like I do think that like important, like as much as as a social smoker myself, like I do think that it's important to like recognize the rights of smokers and like not like, force them into withdrawal or like a lot of the negative things are associated with it. But I also do sympathize with students who have asthma or migraines and can't get from like the library and out or not. And like I think that's a really important like accessibility and equity concern to consider, which is like also in the forefront of my mind when I'm considering these things.
Can I? Yeah, I feel like when like it's about like bodily autonomy of two groups of people, we can't just like tell one group to like not do something. So like we need to like, I don't think this is like a mutual compromise. I feel like this is just like telling the smokers to just like go there, and like in this like small. I mean, yeah. So, yeah.
Okay, so we've attained the time limit we've set on this discussion. If we want to keep on discussing this item, this would require a 2/3 majority of the assembly. So if you could please all take your placards. People that are waiting in line. Okay, all those in favor of extending by 5 more minutes? Okay, all those opposed? Okay, we can keep on. Sorry? Oh, press opposed, sorry. Do you have a... Sorry, what? Okay, sorry, let's redo this. All those in favor of extending by 5 more minutes? Yeah, everyone should vote on this. This is procedural.
Also, we were like in the middle of my question, so yeah.
Yeah.
40 to 23, the motion doesn't carry, so we're going to stop the discussion on this item.
I had a question though. My question wasn't fully answered.
Can I make a like concluding?
Okay, yeah, please just.
Yeah, so it was about that not everyone wants to quit, and who is mostly going to be affected by this. Yes, who is going to be mostly affected by this, and not everyone wants to quit, and I feel like that has not been taken into account. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I can just say that like part of the reason we brought it here was to get feedback like that, so we'll definitely like consider that and bring that forward. I don't think we've done any research in terms of smoking demographics, so we don't know who this would most affect, but that's like valuable information. Lastly, I'd just like to announce that there's a smoking focus group on Wednesday with free pizza at noon in the, what room is it? Does anyone have the room number, Erin? 433A. Yes. So if anyone is like really passionate and wants to make sure that their point is heard and more like in-depth nuances, like please show up to that. You get free pizza for showing up for an hour, so like why wouldn't you? Noon on Wednesday in room 433A. You can also email me if you want more details, and like any member of the smoking working group would be more than happy to like talk to you in more detail about anything that we've talked about today.
So free pizza is always a great selling point. On to this, does that?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Said, yeah.
Well, thank you, Chloe. Let's move to the next item on the agenda, which is the report of all the executives, starting with Vice President Clubs and Percent Services. Where is VP Bialik? Yes. Above what? Okay, if you want to leave the room now, please do so quietly. We obviously don't have quorum anymore, but it doesn't matter. Reports can be done without quorum, so. I'm glad to see everyone's interested in VP Bielik's report. yeah, wait. No, yeah, I was kidding. So much excitement. I think my adrenaline rush is crushing right now, and I'm suddenly feeling really, really tired. And our reports are always the most concise. Your reports are always the most concise and on the.
Really excited to hear Kimber's report. It's going to be really exciting. Everyone watching in the live stream, it's going to be lit.
If anyone wants to move forward from the back of the room, you may wish to do so. So Kimber doesn't feel too alone.
I'm just going to start. Why would we wrap this way? Okay. Is this me, breaking everything?
Hello. Okay, thank you, 10 interested constituents who stayed to listen to reports. Anyway, this is going to be really exciting. I'll keep it concise because I know all of you have been sitting here for a long time and probably are just staying to be polite, which I appreciate. Kidding, I'm being stopped.
Pardon?
Yeah, please, if you leave the room, just don't stay in the middle here, so. Yeah, you're disrupting.
Yo, if you don't want to listen to my report, in or out.
You're chiming? For the next 20 minutes. Yeah, that's good.
I just keep getting snapshots of me being unimpressed on camera.
Okay, did you start friends?
It's just like,
I'm just gonna hang out until someone
Okay, I'm just going to ignore everyone else and talk to this group of 6 people. Eileen, is it just cool if I tell you when to switch slides? Hi, my name is Kimber. I'm the Vice President, Clubs and Services, as it says on this slideshow behind me. Next slide, Eileen. So on this first page is just my job description for anyone who doesn't know what I do. This is my job description as per the Constitution. This is the last time you'll ever see this job description because we just passed executive restructuring, so the Vice President Clubs and Services no longer exists and is now 2 positions, the Vice President Operations and Student Life. But what I do now as the still existing yet somewhat unconstitutional Vice President Clubs and Services, couple main things. So I deal with clubs, I deal with services, I deal with independent student groups, and I also manage this building. So that's the constitutional version of what I do. In practice, what this means, so most of the work that I do with student groups, a lot of it is resource provision, staff management, conflict resolution, crisis management, dealing with legal issues, dealing with insurance issues, lots of fun regulatory stuff like that, dealing with executive training, a lot of just general executive support, answering questions. The majority of my time is spent answering emails from different student groups, working to support them in things like fee levy campaigns, all sorts of exciting stuff like that. Eileen, can you scroll down a tiny bit? And then the other side of my portfolio is building management. So that's things like renovation projects ongoing in the building, building maintenance, that's fun. That's stuff like pest control, everybody's into that. Tenants, leases, long-term vision of the building, all that sort of stuff is what I do on the building side. This is just a list of all the committees that I'm on. So to give you kind of a better idea of how we as executives spend our days, there's 15 of them. So that's the sort of stuff I'm up to. I spend a lot of time doing admin work and answering emails and sitting on these 15 committees. But in terms of actual project stuff that I do, which like ideally would be most of what I do, but in practice is not that at all because of all the admin stuff. So this is my slide on things that I have worked on this semester for clubs. So something big that we just did, we switched our club application process to an entirely online form. It's streamlining it a lot. It's making it a lot harder to lose applications. It's making it possible to get people their answers quicker. So just for processing on the back end, huge improvements. A huge victory from this term, we're moving club bank accounts to a new bank account structure that's going to give them access to online banking, which is huge for clubs. I think Zach left the room, but like huge shout out to our VP Finance and Operations for facilitating this project. We've been doing a lot for just kind of generally like increasing visibility of the portfolio. We're on Instagram. I hope you all follow us. Also on Facebook, I'm like eight likes away from hitting 700. So if any of you do not yet like the SSMU Clubs and Services Facebook page, please take out your phones, do so now. I won't think it's rude if you pull out your phone right now. Other things that are going on, working with McGill on the co-curricular record project, something that we're phasing clubs onto this term. The club fund fee is something that I've been working on and you will be seeing in March. The development of the interest-based matching survey is a project that I'm working on with some of my communications staff. Essentially, it will be a project that will help match students with student groups. And one of our other major projects this semester, in collaboration with the club representatives, is working to get clubs free room bookings outside of this building. Things I'm working on for services. The majority of what I do for services is working like directly one-on-one with any one of our 20 services on different things that they're dealing with. We're doing service reviews again this semester. We did a really comprehensive process last semester, happening again. We currently have a survey open, so if you've dealt with any of the SSMU services, that's things like Walk Safe, Drive Safe, Plate Club, Midnight Kitchen. There's 20 of them. We have a survey out so you can tell us what your thoughts are on all of our excellent services. Other things that are going on with services, working on promos. We've got a promotional video project that's ongoing. Reviewing governance documents. Most other constitutions haven't been updated in like 15 years. Working on fixing that. Eileen, scroll. A lot of work has been going into working on fee levy campaigns with the services this semester. I also just kind of tacked this one on to the end of the services section because I had extra space in the slide and didn't want to make a whole extra like miscellaneous slide. So working on developing an accessibility policy is something that I've put a lot of work into this semester, and hopefully it's in its like consultation phase now, so we'll be coming for ratification by council in March. Building stuff, so on building committee, which is one of the committees I sit on, things we've done, purchased this new stage for the ballroom behind you, and the renovation to the student lounge. So most of you have probably seen that it's been recarpeted. The new furniture should be coming super soon, which means we'll have couches again, and everyone will be thrilled. What?
As comfortable as before?
Ideally. I mean, I haven't sat on them, but I'm expecting so. Other general like building projects, working on the mental health space, coordinating with McGill on sustainability projects. So for example, the bicycle facility project is something that McGill has been working really hard on, and they've been in contact with us about quite a bit. Lease review and tenant negotiations ongoing this semester, taking up a lot of my time as well. There's just a lot of like contract revision and stuff like that. And the biggest thing is the development of a new long-term building vision. So we struck a space committee to work on a couple different audits of our building, and we're also working on coming up with a new overall vision. We have a consultative survey out right now, so you can tell us your thoughts on a ton of different projects that could potentially become building renovation projects. This last slide is just a link to the portfolio feedback form. Literally one person has filled it out all year, so if you have anything to say about my portfolio, I'll definitely see it because it's not buried in other stuff. And you can also email me if you want to know things about my portfolio and or want to do cool things in my portfolio. That pretty much wraps it up. Does anyone have any questions about any of the fun and exciting information you just learned? No? Okay. Thanks for listening.
Thanks. So, hi everyone. I'm the VP Externo. I'm the person whose job got changed the most tonight, so that's pretty exciting. So these are the things I get to do with my job. I get to work with other student unions in Quebec. I get to work on political campaigns. I get to work on community relations. Next year I get to do Indigenous affairs, and I also do Francophone affairs. On y va. I do a lot of higher education stuff, so if you have any interest in tuition or fee policies, I'm your girl. Continue. A lot of these issues are talked about with provincial student associations. These are formal collaborations with other student unions in the province to work on things like tuition, austerity, FIOs, etc. So I've been working with a lot of these groups. It really improves our ability to lobby the government. So I think that as an independent student association, we don't really have that option. So I've been spending a lot of time traveling all over Quebec. The next place. So these are two associations I've been working with all year, the AVEC and the UEC. So just recently, council has asked that we run a referendum for the AVEC, and I encourage people to seek out more information before the campaign if they are so interested. So political campaigns is a really fun part of my portfolio. It's like very similar to the things that we do in General Assembly. A lot of the things we pass at General Assembly end up going into my portfolio, and then I get to campaign for them. So that's really exciting. We can continue on. So these are some of the campaigns that I'm supporting right now. Divest McGill, McGill Against Austerity, and Demilitarize McGill. So that's really fun. I get to work with all of them. If you go to this website, this really awesome SMUexternalaffairs.ca website, you can check out all of the campaigns, and it's really fun. There's pictures. Let's continue. So this next section of my report, we're just going to scroll through quickly. These are just all the fun things that I get to do with campaigns. So let's keep scrolling through. But all these really, wow, isn't it fun? Oh my gosh, it's so exciting. Keep going. Wow, whoa, I'm so jealous. I get to do all those colorful, fun things, and yes, I do. I get to work with all the political campaigns. Isn't it fun? Okay, let's stop. Oh, wait, let's go up a little bit. Okay, I also get to work with Huberg McGill on events like Culture Shock and Social Justice Days, which is really awesome. If we continue going down, I also work with the Milton Park community. This year, we've done a lot of research on garbage in the neighborhood. Really, really fun. I also work with community engagement. We've done some fun things, like a film screening of This Changes Everything. On y va. Francophone Affairs. I get to work with the Commission des Affaires Francophones. It's pretty fun. I'm not really that much of a Francophone myself, but I can learn. And then a bunch of governance, administration things, committees, etc. I have much less committees than Kimber. If you are, considering running for a SMU executive position, I would strongly encourage the one with the pictures, and not the committees. Sorry. And that's my job. So thank you so much. If you are interested in learning more, I have a website, SMUexternalaffairs.ca. And that is all for now. Thank you for coming to the General Assembly. Also, I stand for questions if anyone has any. Literally standing. David has a question.
How much of your job involves working with either alumni, so outside McGill, or campus labor unions? Labor unions.
Cool. So it is actually in my job description to work with campus labor unions. So I can work. I've been in conversation about the 15 and Fair campaign with some of the unions. I also sit on the McGill Communities Council, which has a bunch of the unions, and as well as the non-union groups like SMU and MAUT, etc. And then with alumni, I get to work on a lot of alumni work at the campaigns. So if you're really interested, you could check out McGillAlumniForDivestment.com, and you can see some of the alumni work I get to do with the campaigns. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Very interesting. Well, I know that both Chloe's and mine deal with the McGill administration. Mine actually is a little bit more external focused. I know that for example, I could say that my position was mandated to fight against the tuition fee increase, which was, canceled back in 2012. So that's a win. In terms of local campaigns such as Divest, obviously that's not come to fruition yet. I'm trying to think of other like local campaigns. We had like there's been small wins, small victories. They come to fruition eventually, though. You know, I'm sure they will. Okay, so this is a good opportunity to explain some of the difference between mine and Chloe's portfolio. Chloe would be really good for being able to go to the McGill administration and go through formal channels and go and talk to the McGill administration and be like, I don't really want to name the book after James McGill because he was a slave owner and that's really messed up. But my position is more focused on sort of like the mobilization in the back. So at the SSMU we recognize that going and meeting with the administration on its own is often not enough to make change. But you do need somebody on the inside. So that's sort of like what me and Chloe do. She's good cop, I'm bad cop, and sometimes we get wins.
Thank you.
Is it this one? Okay, cool. Just a moment. Okay. I appreciate the 10-ish of you staying. When I take out counselors and execs, yeah, there's maybe like 5 or 6 of you. That's awesome. And the media, of course. Thank you. Okay, so really quickly, I will try not to keep you here much later. The finance and operations portfolio, this is what I do. My primary responsibilities, according to the Constitution, are to ensure the long-term financial sustainability of SSMU, to keep the executive committee, council, the board of directors, etc., informed about SSMU. Pardon me. Hold on. About SSMU's finances, to develop the annual budget, to ensure that nobody is spending money without authorization, to oversee the society's business operations, and to manage our insurance plan. On a day-to-day level, I do a lot of working with student groups that is sort of encompassed in that, but not explicitly stated. I do a lot of working with student groups, a lot of working with other executives, and supporting other people in their projects and in their financial management. This is sort of my portfolio broken down in what I spend most of my time doing. So on the finance side, I spend a ton of my time working on our operating budget, working on accounting stuff, working with student groups, etc., and I work with our operations, which are GERTS, the student-run cafe, mini courses, and sort of in that area is our insurance plan. I'm not going to read them all to you. These are the committees that I sit on. Some of them are really related, like funding. Other ones less so, like the steering committee. I just sit on that because that's fun. You can continue to scroll, Omar, if you're, yeah. That's okay. This stuff you can read and ask questions if you have them, but this is what I did mostly last summer and last semester. I'm not going to read it out loud. You can continue to scroll to winter 2016. So this is what I'm working on right now. I spent a lot of time last month improving the club audits. We created a dedicated club auditor position. I think that we significantly improved the club audit form. I've heard very positive feedback about it, so hopefully it's much better now. And now we're working on improving our internal systems and our scoring to make them a lot more fair. This is only step one. There's a lot more to go in terms of making the club audits an actually like representative score or having representative scores come out of them, but put a lot of work into that. We're doing similar things to funding. A lot of my time this semester and last has gone into improving our application and our back-end systems to try to improve the speed at which we can process funding applications. And one thing that I just did was created another job, a funding administrative assistant, which is really going to help in the future. So starting next year in getting the funding to student groups quickly. I'm pretty excited about that. biggest thing that I'm spending my time on right now is working on the February budget revision. There will be more reports about that to council in the future, but basically that is at least a month-long project where we're revising the entire budget to try to accommodate for a lot of increased costs, as we talked about extensively during the base fee campaign. I'm not going to go on and on about that. Starting next month, I'll be working on a long-term financial plan. As we know, the base fee just failed, and now we have to look at how we're going to accommodate a large number of cuts into SSMU's budget in the long run. So although the VP Finance does a long-term financial plan every year, this year's is probably more significant than most. So I would say that that is one of the bigger projects that I need to work on this term. Another thing that I did with the help of several counselors and other executives is struck a health and dental review committee. This committee was examining our insurance plan that we offer to students in order to look at adding mental health coverage and legal coverage, as well as some other coverage increases. We've done a bunch of consultation, and we're probably going to be bringing a question to council this week to add psychology coverage to the student health insurance plan. So I'm really excited about that. We haven't increased benefits in quite a while, so it was a big project that I'm really happy about. Currently, I'm negotiating the SSMU McGill MOA with the VP University Affairs. That agreement, is the agreement that governs how we relate to McGill, how especially financially. So it's pretty important and sometimes frustrating to negotiate. Mini courses, I will be and have been spending a lot of time working on trying to improve the institutional sustainability of a very autonomous portfolio that sort of fits kind of awkwardly into the VP Finance and Operations portfolio. Notably, last semester and earlier this semester, we created a VP Operations position, which will now be able to give mini courses the attention that it needs in the future. So I think I kind of accomplished that. This month, I'm working with the VP Internal to finalize the Faculty Olympics budget. It's looking good so far, but there's still a lot of contracts to be ironed out. With the VP Clubs and Services, we put in place online banking for clubs. It's still in the transition phase, but it's something that we're really happy we're now able to offer. Notably, that's read-only account information online. I'm working with the Financial Ethics Research Committee to hopefully finally finish the purchasing database and purchasing policy that have been sort of in development for many years now. And this semester, we will hopefully end with a more refined vision for the student-run cafe, which, ties in very well with this long-term financial plan. You can scroll to the next slide. The next slide is it. So if you have questions, I would be very happy to answer them now, but just in general, if you have questions, comments, concerns about anything, I am, for the most part, responsive to email, and also super thrilled to have you come to my office hours, which are listed there. So I will stand for questions. Yes. Whether it is? I don't have exact numbers. I will ideally on Thursday with the budget revision. Didn't know what you were doing. I don't have exact numbers for you. I ideally will at council on Thursday have a budget to present. However, I would not say that it's likely to be running a profit yet. The budget is quite complicated for that. There's a lot of capital expenditures to be considered and a lot of projections, but it is not looking like the student-run cafe is profitable yet. In the coming years, that's part of the long-term financial plan. So I can't answer that yet. I really have not. There's a lot of considerations. It depends if you want to look at the way that the student-run cafe is operating now, which, as we've talked about last semester when I adjusted the budget, is still running at a deficit. You can't answer how it will do in the long run unless you first decide if you want to make changes. The student-run cafe at status quo in a few years may or may not run a profit, but there's also, you could make a lot of changes and then you have to do a lot more analysis. So difficult question to answer. Yeah, I mean, so the way our student staff budget works is that those positions could potentially get cut. It's a giant budget and there's a lot of flexibility in hours. So, as other executives start to hire their staff for next year, there are adjustments that may make the club auditor affordable or may make the club auditor not affordable anymore with the budget cuts. I won't know until we finish the February revision. My primary focus right now is finishing our budget for this year, the February revision of that. As of March, I will start looking a lot more at next year, and there definitely is a chance that student staff hours will get cut. But I would say with the funding commissioner, it didn't really add a lot of hours to funding. The issue right now is that the funding commissioner is working a lot more hours than their contract. And so when you have, I don't actually know the numbers, but let's say you have someone working 20 hours a week when they're contracted for 10, and then you create 2 10-hour-a-week positions, it's not actually costing you any more because you already had someone working overtime. So it was more of that situation where we realized that, and not even specifically this year, just in general, the funding commissioner is always working too much and not able to keep up with the amount of administrative work involved in processing 1,200 funding checks per year, roughly, actually a little bit more. And so we needed an administrative assistant to take on some of that back-end work, and hopefully it'll just, yeah. To clarify, you mean an internal auditor? We have a controller who is, yes, that would be the society's internal auditor, but our controller and our full-time accountants are not focused on clubs. The clubs are a very small amount of our revenue and expenses that are flowing in. So the club audits are very low priority compared to, say, reconciling our $4.3 million student fee check that we get in September with all that. So yeah, historically the club audits have just been very much rushed through. In my opinion, a lot of somewhat arbitrary scoring because we just weren't putting in the resource hours required to do 200 club audits. Another thing that I didn't mention in these slides, but that was super exciting, was we had a 95% audit submission rate, which is double 2 years ago or something. It was quite incredible. So something we did, definitely Kimber's promotion of the club audits helped, but we did something right this year and got a lot more submissions. Any other questions? All right.
All right. Yeah, thank you as well for staying here this late. I seriously appreciate the turnout. I am the newly elected VP internal of SMU. I have sat on SMU for 2 years, and now this is my third. So this is what I'm supposed to do. I work with the rest of the exec committee to make sure that as a team, all of our events are moving forward. I used to be also very involved in the Francophone affairs, and I still am, but Emily has taken that role on and has been excelling in it. But I do still try to do my part by ensuring, the listserv is also in French, and any promotion we do or any marketing and communications we do is also in French, because we need to respect our bilingual, duties. I also attend, execcom and legislative council and make sure that everything's running smooth. I mean, again, this is very broad description. So, true responsibilities. So, I am the chair of the Student Society Programming Network, aka SPIN. This is one of the greatest committees, I believe, in all of SMU and potentially McGill. We are in charge of planning events under the umbrella of SMU. So, this is 4 floors, Faculty Olympics, which is coming up, SMU Awards. We help a bit with Red and White Week. And most recently Grad Frosh. And they're great. I'm also supposed to develop and implement programming, both academic and social. In terms of academic, I'm actually in coordination with the US Consulate to see if we can bring a prominent diplomat to address the student body and kind of give them guidance and give them advice on things that they would like to hear. Again, can't reveal much because I don't want to confirm anything, but hopefully it will happen in April. So I'm also in charge of Frosh, or overseeing Frosh along with the other great faculties who have been doing an incredible job. I'm also in charge of the listserv. The listserv outreach average actually improved from around 19.1%, and now we're in the 30.2% around that. So it's good. I still want to hit half, as in 50% of outreach, but one day we'll get there. I promise. So I also ensure the website, the yearbook, the handbook slightly, along with our communications and publications manager, Wendy, who's incredible. Promote interfaculty collaboration, because we're all best friends, right? Yeah. Love you. All right, so what do my committees do? Spin, I only really have two. So Spin, as I said, plan events. So Faculty Olympics, Week 101, Red and White Week, SMU Awards, and all these other great things. And Student Engagement Committee, which was actually very recent. And I work along with Nick, who's a Student Engagement Coordinator. And Nick, myself, and Kareem have been working really hard to try to find new ways to actually reach out to the student body. We have a lot of projects that hopefully will be released right after Reading Week, in terms of use of social media and like different avenues of outreach. Someone who's really been helping us with that is also Billy, who's our new Communications Coordinator. Hi, Billy. That's Billy. He's great. So hopefully you should expect more engagement from the SMU and to really try to listen to what the student body says, which I know in recent times everyone feels that's not been happening enough, so we've been trying to address that. So, my projects. Week 101, I'll just kind of highlight the bigger ones, so the bigger changes. So we've actually decided to plan a McGill Got Talent event. Mark it on your calendar, March 31st. We always try to celebrate, there is so much talent in McGill and we just don't celebrate it enough. We have OAP, which is great. Some McGill bands perform, some non-McGill bands perform, but, we have so many clubs. We have like the salsa club and like all this like cool dancing clubs and like magic clubs. So we thought, hey, let's make an avenue to put them all in one place. So expect that. That should be great. We have Red and White Week. We're working heavily with Campus Life and Engagement and the Alumni Association to try to really improve from last year and the great work that they did last year. So expect that. And Grad Frosh, which last year was just Beach Day, so it's now expanded over. Sorry, that's not the corrected version. It's actually supposed to be 3 days instead of 2, so triple the size. We obviously have Beach Club. We're in the middle of creating a night event and creating a day event in between. Again, everything's in the works, but we are trying to expand all our portfolios. Next. Listserv, as I said, our outreach has improved from around 19.1/20% to 30%, which I'm really proud for. Hopefully more students can read the listserv. If you're watching this, please read the listserv. I swear they're fun. Yearbook, we've redesigned the yearbook to make it more appealing and make it more like hip and fresh. And Frosh, I'm already in talks with, again, Campus Life and Engagement, to see how we can restructure Frosh in the sense that, for example, the biggest thing we want to kind of implement is see how we can put more advising into it. As an incoming first year, there are many academic tools that McGill provides, but you're just unaware of because everything's new and exciting and scary all at once. So we want to just make sure that all the incoming students, like I know when I was a first year, I had no idea about my advisor. So for that not to happen anymore, we're trying to see how they can be part of Frosh instead of like a separate entity, which I think is really cool. The faculties have been great to work with. If you have any feedback, email me at internal@smu.mcgill.ca or visit me in my hours. That's it. Thanks. Any questions? Yeah. Yes. And say your name and faculty.
Yes. Ahmed Wali, Medicine. Oh, this echoes. It's nice. Hi.
Hi.
The McGill yearbook. How has it changed? And is it making money? Is it costing you money? How's that working out?
Sure. So in terms of how it's changed, I believe this year's yearbook designers are trying to add a new concept to it. I believe we've did a lot of feedback on what needs to be changed. Sorry, yeah, you can, in case you can't hear me. And they've definitely taken a lot of that into account. I can't give you kind of the small details, but a lot of the content is the same. It's just in a more appealing manner, or in a different way rather than the standard way that's been happening in the yearbook for a while. In terms of costs, this question would be better suited for actually Zach. But from what I know, and there was actually a placebo motion in the Legislative Council last semester regarding if we should have questions about the yearbook. Sometimes it runs a deficit of $20,000 simply because we're as the SSMU we try to subsidize the price and make it more financially affordable to our students. Again, I really want to change that. Instead of maybe changing the quality, trying to find ways to cut on its production and affecting its quality, I'd rather just improve its marketing and improve its outreach. So instead of making it cheaper to produce and decreasing its quality, I'd rather have more people buy it. So I mean, again, I've been looking into ways with Nick, who's our student engagement coordinator, who's not here today, to see how we can do that. But again, the yearbook, it's kind of a hit and miss every year. It depends really on the vibe.
Okay.
But hopefully this year will be a hit.
All right, thank you.
So, any more questions? Any more questions? Going once, going twice, sold. All right. Up next, the lovely, the indispensable, the unforgettable, our president, Kareem.
What a generous introduction. Thank you. Hey, friends. How's everyone doing? Woo. So I anticipated that this graphic would be pretty accurate in this particular moment. So yeah, happy Monday. Woo. Yeah, in brief, I'll keep it pretty to the point, as you folks have access to this document if you simply go on the GA Facebook event. But I'll give you a bit of an idea of what I am up to. Just so you folks know, my job is fairly administrative. As much as I like the idea that I could take on projects, do all sorts of things, my job is more to pick up where things are not being taken care of and do more like governance/admin work in the office to make sure our student staff and our executives and counselors are well supported in their work. So yeah, on the board of directors, we're trying to really restructure it right now because essentially how it is that our council is our kind of like our in practice board of directors because it's supposed to be our highest governing body as a corporation, but we don't want to exclude international students because we have a liquor permit. So we're trying to do some restructuring so the board does more like legal, HR, financial stuff, and then council does the political stuff, representation, consultation stuff. Because I don't know if you've heard, but council can go up to like 7 hours sometimes, which is really not accessible. It's like really mental health negative as well. So we're trying to really address that issue. It hasn't really been dealt with in the past. In terms of council this year, we've implemented clickers, which is pretty cool. So like today, we had the secret ballot. That served a purpose. Same kind of thing at council, having the clickers makes choice making more accessible, and also we can hold our representatives more accountable that way when we see the voting records thereafter. Tried to do some, to make sure people were satisfied with council, sent out some surveys. Those are the committees I sit on, and they're all going well. In terms of internal regulations, which is what we now call bylaws, we did major overhaul this year and basically tried to update them to reflect the needs of the society. So that's, been a big undertaking, and we're also doing constitutional review this semester. So that's going to be coming through referendum. Some of the highlightable notes in that whole entire overhaul are that now we've made it so that you only need 100 signatures to bring something forward to referendum instead of 500. It used to be 500. It's kind of crazy, right? Another thing is that student executives no longer need to be students because that's also kind of nuts. It's a hard, tough balancing act. Yeah, other cool stuff. We added the land acknowledgement, things like that. The list is long, but I won't go into it. And hey, today was the GA. Woo! I hope you folks had a good time. I would love your feedback, your unobstructed, very, very frank and very honest feedback. That would be solid. Stefan's feeling like it sucked away his life for the day. That's probably true. In terms of, so I chair President's Roundtables. This basically brings together all the presidents of the faculties. It's more of a resource sharing body where we can collaborate on stuff rather than a legislative one, because SMU has no jurisdiction over the faculties, right? And we're doing a transition report so that our successors can be better equipped to deal with the kind of stuff we deal with, conflict resolution, team management, etc. Election SMU, the CEO is currently being hired, so that's why if you're having trouble with that process or the website's not updated, that is now why, so and that should be done soon. In terms of HR, last semester this section was way bigger, so bless, we now have a general manager, a daycare director, a VP internal, all these people are back and helping, and it's a good time, so yeah, bless the Lord. In terms of that kind of stuff, while they were gone, did a lot of social events to keep the morale of office staff high amid times when they were very stretched thin. That's a fun little feature that actually was very, very time consuming, but worthwhile because our staff are dope. And we ask a lot of them. They do a lot of work. They're still here. They're going to be cleaning this building after we leave. You know, they don't go. In terms of the general manager, we completed the hiring process since the last last general assembly, which is great. And that took a long time, but we're very content with the outcome. Essentially, you might have seen him today, but yeah, he's here. He's here for the long haul, which is how it should be. And and we're really enjoying having him on board. In terms of staff vacancies, Facebook page? Yes, our general manager has a Facebook page called Ryan Smoo. If you want to engage with that, he's going to be here for years. So I mean, there's no rush, but also do that. In terms of, we don't have an events manager right now, folks. So if room bookings are slow or you're just experiencing reduced service quality or anything like that, like it's because we're just once again short-staffed. So do exercise patience with us in that matter, because people are taking on those roles in addition to our building director, because our now general manager was previously our building director. I'm gonna whiz through the rest of this, but in terms of student staff, trying to make sure people are well supported and getting the feedback they need. In terms of execs, we're planning transition, and recruitment has begun for student staff as well. In terms of working with the admin, I sit on 2 Senate subcommittees, and they're working on a lot of cool projects, and I'm meeting with the different subcommittees, which is kind of fun. The Board of Governors met twice since we last met here. McGill sold a piece of land in Louisiana to a pipeline company because I guess we're just that broke. It was so funny. We were at the meeting, and we asked them, so how did you know we had this land? And the guy was like, well, we just found out. And then we were like, well, what are we going to gain out of this? He says, $15,000. And then he clarified that it was American dollars, and the whole room just went up in flames. Everyone was so excited. They were just shitting their pants. So they were really budget cuts, I guess, are really just, So on that same note, that's kind of telling regarding how things are going with CAMSR, which is the committee that deals with divestment, pipeline, tar sands, etc. The results will be out next month. Yes, you can make inferences based on my facial expression. In terms of campus relations, McGill 24 is coming up. It's basically a fundraising campaign for the university. So you probably all, when I say a fundraising campaign for McGill, you're probably like, never ever will I give more than tuition I give already, because fuck that. I understand. And if you're on the live stream, I understand. But here's where I have a thought to share with you folks. A lot of the things that we benefit from on this campus are thanks to alumni donations, and we don't often realize that. So what they want from us is to basically engage with alumni, because they're funneling money into our experience, and we're just like, hey, I don't really care, but we should care. So when that happens, I ask you folks not to give money, because I'm just as broke as you are. Maybe not, maybe more, maybe less, who knows, not to assume. But do engage with it, because that's what McGill, the alumni department want to see. They want to come back to the community and feel like they belong and stuff. Whatever. So anyway, other than that, things are well, status quo, things not that exciting. Lots of things, yes. Daycare is doing a lot better. We're not going to lose our permit, woo! And we are renegotiating our lease already, woo! And we transferred the signing authority, so I no longer have to do that. That was not fun. And basically we went from very, very not a good place to a much better place. So I shan't elaborate. Family care, lots of cool projects ongoing, trying to make this building and this campus more accessible to students with dependents. In terms of projects, Centre Red campaign went off well. We surpassed our goal by a lot, which is huge. If you want to scroll down, and hoping to create a cool, some more documentation regarding what we do in terms of human resources, because we don't really have a lot regarding it, and students don't really know that we have 300 student staff who work many hours a week on lots of different projects in our portfolios, and that they can be a part of that as well. Omar talked about the Know Your SMU campaign. We're all going to be amending the accountable leadership policy, because it's about time. And the last project that is kind of cool, I've talked about it before. I call it the Inclusive Registration Forms Project, but basically we're going to be collecting better demographic information on the students who come here in terms of whether they are indigenous, have a disability, or all these sorts of things. Because if we don't track that right now, so McGill is kind of like, oh, we don't know, sorry. But if we do, we'll be able to contact them and share our resources, etc. Yeah, so that's that, and I'm open to questions. Thank you. There might be people on the live stream. Are you there? Are you watching?
I very much doubt it, but you mentioned something about changing the regulations between the board of directors and council, and something to do with the liquor license. Could you clarify that?
Since we have a liquor license, international students are not allowed to sit on our board of directors because you have to be a Canadian citizen in order to sit on the board of directors of a corporation that has a liquor license. So that's shitty, and we don't want to exclude international students from our processes, which is why we actually just give basically all the power in practice to council. Our board of directors is just like Robert Stamp body. We do everything at council, and then we go, the board of directors goes, yes, yes, stamp, 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 stamp. We don't want to change that too much, but also council is just super unsustainable now because anything that's related to what happens in this building goes to them. And yeah, I mean, like 8-hour meetings just not cool. So we're trying to stratify that a little bit. Yeah, I mean, I'd like to hear feedback on that. If you think it's a bad idea, I'd love to hear, your thoughts.
Maybe later.
Cool. Down.
I have a question. Omar, Arts U2. To the average student who is interested, in watching the live stream, doesn't really understand much about SMU, but feels that they just don't understand SMU, and wishes to have a summary in terms of what SMU does. What would you say to them, and how would what advice would you give them to make them understand SMU better?
Yeah, I love that question. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
You are troopers. All right. So, a question. Awesome. Woo. All right, sweet. Well, we love you too. The numbers rack up. Maybe we have quorum. We probably have quorum. I know we do. So, what is SMU and what do? We provide mostly services, representation and leadership, sure. And that's like the advocacy stuff, but that's kind of a service in itself. People can, they book our spaces. They, are part of our clubs, which I don't think a lot of people know that we facilitate that whole process with clubs and services. And basically, how I would say for folks to get involved is, check your emails. We offer all sorts of opportunities to get into, legislative experience, job experience. We'll pay you to gain skills. That's cool. All sorts of stuff like that. And I mean, just to even understand what we're up to will help you better understand where you fit into that, because there's so many things that we can offer the average student. For example, as much as I'm here, this is my my job, I also am profiting from the experience that is this SMU, because this is a great learning experience to be here doing this. So there's something for everybody, and if that's coming to Gertz and letting us know that you want cheaper prices, you can do that. And the greatest part is students decide what we do. So if this is something they want to see, anything of sorts, they just let us know.
Speaker, can I have a follow-up question? As a final question, what would you believe is SMU's greatest strength and greatest weakness?
Ooh, I like that. I think SMU's greatest strength is that it's very ambitious. It doesn't really know when to be like, guys, we've taken on too much. Every time someone's a new idea, yes, let's do it. And then suddenly people don't have lives if they're involved with SMU. And it's like, oh, you're on SMU, you just don't have a social life. It's like, yeah, sorry.
Yes.
I think our greatest weakness, I mean, it's kind of the inverse in a way, but I also think our greatest weakness is probably just soliciting feedback from folks who do not occupy our own circles. I feel like we within our friend groups, you surround yourself with people that are similar to you, and if you are someone who cares about this community, who cares about always giving your opinion when it's being solicited, blah 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 blah, it's hard to get the thoughts of other people, but yeah, especially when there are people who are avidly vocally opponents to what you're doing, so it's kind of hard to I guess find a medley there, but I think we could do better in terms of soliciting those thoughts and incorporating them into what we do.
Yeah. Thank you. You've been doing great so far.
I love you.
I love you too.
Sorry, this question I was told to ask, but it's actually a question for the VP External. I'm wondering if you'd cede your time.
I would love to cede my time to the Vice President of External Affairs.
Thank you. My question for the VP External is, are there any mandates that you've received during your term that you have not yet fulfilled?
Ooh. Jabs.
You're funny. I believe there was a mandate given to me during the Legislative Council retreat, which I don't know if this counts as a formal council motion, but I have been told it perhaps counts that I am to wear a catsuit to campus. I've yet to do this. I've yet to wear a catsuit to council. I don't, but you know what? I'm willing and able to complete my mandates, and I assure you that I will, endeavor to complete this to the best of my ability. Thank you, Zachariah Houston. Thank you to the folks in the live stream. Sorry.
Yeah.
Hi. Katarina, U1 Arts Sci. I think I might be imposing upon what is now kind of like inside jokes, so I'm sorry about that, because my question isn't really funny.
I'm so happy that you're here. This is the best.
Okay. So recently, Ban Ki-moon came to give a speech at McGill, which was like a pretty big deal. And you mentioned earlier about how land acknowledgements have now become more frequent, but there was no land acknowledgement in this more international recognition of McGill as an institute of higher learning and an opportunity to craft the next generation to be more welcoming and well informed about global issues. I was wondering if there were any strategies in place to normalize land acknowledgements and other such instances of trying to make reparations for injustices that have been done on McGill land, that it's been appropriated by McGill.
I'm so excited you asked because there's some news regarding that. So I'm on the subcommittee, equity subcommittee on Aboriginal peoples, and we've been working on the traditional territorial acknowledgement for McGill for, they've been doing it for multiple years now. I've only been involved in the past year or so. But the final iteration is almost there. We spent the past 6 months just hashing it over and making sure that it really represented what we wanted it to represent. McGill Legal was really trying to impose a lot of things changing the tense, verb tense, which was not cool, has been the custodians of the land rather than are traditionally, etc. But we're finally at the point where we know the final iteration, but we want to also add an implementation strategy to accompany it, because there are some feelings on the committee that if we were to pass it through Senate, within the next couple of months, which is very much possible, that conversations with McGill would close. They'd say, "Cool, we're done this, moving on." And then when we come back to them saying, "Hey, we can't just make a statement with no follow-up. We have to have all these things to actually accompany how we're going to embrace this within our community, rather than just have it be lip service." So they want to wait to implement it and have that be the case. So it's probable that it's going to actually come to Senate in September or October, Senate being the body that would approve it, which is really exciting because McGill, we thought over the past couple of years, has just been super uncompromising in that regard. But on the student front, there are many student associations on campus have adopted the land acknowledgement. AUS has, SSMU has, and we're basically continuing that kind of mobilization to increase the awareness of just student groups on campus, not just faculty associations, but groups in general, to make the acknowledgements in their larger events. We do it at our general assemblies, at our council, etc. And basically trying to not only as do it in terms of lip service. That's not what we want. We want people to really engage with it. So trying to accompany those kind of encouragements with the conversations about why it's important and why we want to see that happen more frequently. So thanks for the question.
Just following up on that, I thought the mandate of the Senate was regarding policy and not specifically implementation?
Non-specific?
As in, the Senate looks at policy, but it does not necessarily have to look at implementation?
Oh, does the policy not have to look at implementation?
Does the Senate have to look at the implementation?
Yes, so you're right. There is a policy of Senate on implementation of its own policies, but we're just not comfortable with the idea. We're not confident that, because it's not going to come in the form of a policy. McGill is simply going to, it's going to be I think a motion from Senate.
Okay.
So we're not confident that even if there was some sort of, brief iteration as to the importance of the statement, that would hold enough weight with McGill. We feel like it would just fall by the wayside. So it's the feeling of the subcommittee, of which is largely composed of Indigenous folks, myself not being one of those Indigenous folks, feel like we should really craft that document and work on it beforehand. So I, although share the feelings that I feel like some people in the room might have, which of those wanting to see this forward as soon as possible, have come to realize that maybe it's okay to wait to do it well when it happens, in order to make sure that doors don't close. Although some have argued that we should do it soon because there's a lot of momentum for that kind of stuff right now. McGill, the provost, is on board, etc. So thoughts are definitely welcome.
Okay. And is the implementation strategy drafted, starting to be drafted?
It hasn't really been drafted yet, to be honest. We meet monthly, but it'll probably be drafted over the coming months in the summer and to be done in the fall. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks. Woo! On to our fave exec.
Great. So I'm going to do this as quickly as possible because I feel like the feelings in the room, this has been a long GA. I guess just a summary of my position, I work a lot with the university. I get to do a lot of the same things Emily does in terms of fighting for student rights and mental health and social justice and equity. I just do it through navigating bureaucracy and going to lots of meetings instead of mobilizing or going to student protests. But this is kind of an overview of the different sections of my portfolio and then some of the committees that are under them and some staff that work with them. So that kind of gives you an idea of the major sections and how to get involved. You can scroll down. Great. So I made a list, as well as Kimber, of all the meetings that I attend on a regular basis, just to give you an idea of what my typical calendar schedule looks like. I'm not going to read all of them. I have 6 SSMU committees, the typical responsibilities of an executive in terms of attending legislative council and committees and working with my student staff. I'm a member of Student Senate Caucus and work with the working groups of Senate Caucus. And then I have some miscellaneous meetings in terms of the Sexual Assault Policy Working Group, and then the McGill Academic Roundtable, which works with VP academics from faculty associations. And then I have, you can scroll down, various semi-regular meetings with different members of the administration, and also all of the following university committees, and as well as sort of a miscellaneous meeting, which is memorandum of agreement negotiations, which I partake in with SAC, which are lots of fun. Great. So in terms of what's happening in the university and academic affairs section of my portfolio, there's a lot of different projects that have been worked on this year through Senate Caucus. I haven't listed all of them because there's many of them, and I wanted to keep this report as concise as possible. But we've worked on a Know Your Rights campaign to raise awareness for student academic rights. We've worked on changing the university student assessment policy to improve those student rights. Looked into or consulted students on the issue of smoking on campus, as you guys all know at this point. We've also been actively part of the consultation process for the Student Services Cyclical Unit Review and the Deputy Provost of Student Life and Learning Cyclical Unit Review. So these are both offices within the university that have a major impact on student life in many different ways. And so being part of that and having the student voice present there was very important. You can scroll down. So negotiating the MOA to make it less restrictive on SSMU's operations, and also so that it doesn't just violate our legal autonomy as a corporation in a lot of ways. We're also raising concerns of increased or decreased financial accessibility of the university, particularly in the context of tuition deregulation and how that'll affect the socioeconomic diversity of our university and international students in particular who currently are in regulated faculties. And what the impacts of massive tuition increases would have on them. We also have talked about McGill's medical notes policy and how that maybe doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Tried to build stronger relationships with faculty associations, and just working with the university on a variety of different student issues. Basically, any concern that's raised that has something to do with the university kind of falls on my plate in some way to advocate on behalf of that issue. So in terms of policy research and advocacy, working a lot with Sexual Assault Policy Working Group to bring a final draft to Senate for approval. This is very exciting because there is no formalized sexual assault policy currently at McGill. I've also been working with them a lot in terms of just clarifying the protocols and making it better support measures for survivors of sexual assault and better addressing issues of sexual violence on campus as a whole. We've hosted a student research competition to try and use research that can be used as an advocacy tool later on. An example of one way we've done that in the past is a previous research report was commissioned last year on employment equity and looking into the diversity of tenure track staff within McGill. And then this year we used that report to show McGill that we're not great when it comes to employment equity and we have a long ways to go, and we discussed that quite extensively in the recent open discussion at Senate. So another big part of my portfolio, which I'm very passionate about, is mental health. So a lot has been going on in this area. I guess some of the highlights include the massive expansion of the mental health committee. So there's now currently 20 members at large, or over 20 members at large on 2 different committees, one that focuses on outreach, event planning, tabling, et cetera, and another that focuses on advocacy and creating changes within the university. We're also planning on hosting a mental health open forum on March 11th. You guys should register to show up to it. It should be a really great discussion. We've established a Happy Lights lending program. We're working on a lot of other advocacy projects to just generally create awareness within the university and ultimately to create a more healthy learning environment so less students end up in crisis, less students end up experiencing significant mental health issues, which is just leads to less strain on the very limited resources that we do have. We also work with student services and mental health services to look at ways that we can meet the current demand with the resource constraints that are a reality of the university as a whole at the moment. Notably, every single year, the mental health services and counseling services works to increase the number of appointments available to students, but despite that, the demand continues to outstrip the supply essentially. So we're not able to catch up with that ever increasing trend. So that's very worrying and is also indicative of the kind of environment that we create and how that reinforces or exacerbates stressors. Great. So also working on a lot of different equity projects. Aside from some of the ones I've mentioned in terms of sexual assault policy and employment equity, we're also working on accessibility policy, which is something that Kimber mentioned. We've expanded the equity portfolio to include Indigenous affairs for this current year, and there's an Indigeneity and Allyship series planned for March, which is really exciting, kind of exploring concepts of sort of reconciliation and is that possible, and also how can you be an effective ally for Indigenous issues. Also talking about in the university or post-secondary context, how should universities be responding to the Truth and Reconciliation report that was released early last year. Great. So libraries, the last kind of major responsibility in my portfolio is liaising with libraries and ensuring that there's proper feedback to improve the spaces that students use on a regular basis, to raise any concerns that students may have, and also to allocate the $650,000 that we have in the Library Improvement Fund to make sure that's going towards improvements that are going to have the best impact on students' experience there. Great. So I think that was the fastest I've ever presented on my portfolio. If you have any questions at all, please do not hesitate to contact me or one of my student staff. I think the last thing I have to say is just how amazing and how lucky I am to work with the student staff and the senators that I do work with, because none of this would be possible without them.
So I'm just curious, the $650,000 is annually?
Yep.
How much of that actually gets used?
All of it gets used. In the past, it has been that we've seen less student submitted proposals. So sometimes it's the library that says we think this is what the money should be used for, and we talk to them and we decide based on that. A significant portion of it also goes to fund extended hours. So a lot of students don't know, but the extended library hours that are available throughout the year, but particularly during exams, are funded by SSMU.
And how many student projects proposed by students have gone forward in the past few years, if you don't mind me asking?
I don't know. Actually, the past Library Improvement Fund commissioner is in this room and could answer that question. But I do know that we've made a real concrete effort to increase the student-driven proposals, and I think we've had a large increase this year. And I think it's like we're aiming for like 5 to 8 like well-developed, clear proposals.
Okay.
But we've also solicited a lot of just kind of random ideas that the committee will consider in terms of like some people are really in favor of nap pods, but we're not going to make them like go through the process of like actually drafting a proposal for that. We'll just take that in consideration and like evaluate that idea too.
Okay. Motion to adjourn?
Yes.
Seconded?
Second over there. Okay, all those in favor of adjourning? All those opposed? Okay, seeing just Omar, be it noted the record. This meeting is adjourned at 8:35.